Just a quick note before we start. I really want to improve my audience retention. If you think, hey, this is pretty good, give it a like and subscribe. If you're more like, not quite, drop me a comment and let me know what didn't work. All right, let's get into it. The house with red paper walls. The first time I noticed something was off was the second morning after I moved into the place. The house was this old Machia-style rental I found through a friend of a friend, tucked in a quiet street in Kyoto, away from the tourist mess. It had these beautiful red washi paper panels on the sliding doors, the kind that glowed when morning light hit them. First night there, nothing weird. A little creaky, but charming. Second morning, though, I was brushing my teeth and glanced up at the mirror over the sink. My reflection smiled at me. I hadn't smiled. I froze, like full stop. I stared at it, and it just went back to normal. No delay, no nothing. I thought maybe I imagined it. Jet lag, new place, maybe I grinned without realizing. Whatever. I let it go. But later that day, I got a DM from a burner account. No message. Just a photo of me, standing in the hallway of the house. Same clothes I was wearing that day. I hadn't taken it. I checked every app, every camera roll, every cloud account. Nothing. It wasn't in my phone. And the weirdest part? There was someone behind me in the photo. Barely visible, blurry, tall, pale, standing half hidden behind the red paper panel. I locked all the doors that night. Told myself someone must have been watching through a window. Kyoto's got creeps like anywhere else, right? But then it happened again. Another photo. This time in the kitchen. Me boiling water. Same unknown sender. Same blurry figure. Closer. I wanted to say something to someone, but how the hell do you bring that up without sounding nuts? So I ignored it. Or tried to. The fourth night, I stayed up late, watching dumb videos, trying to shake it off. Around 2 a.m., I noticed the light behind one of the red panels in the hallway was on. I hadn't turned it on. I walked over, slow, put my ear up to the panel. Nothing. Total silence. But I could feel something behind it, like heat or breath. I slid it open fast. Nothing. Just the empty room. Tatami, a lamp, a floor cushion. But the lamp had been on. Someone had to have turned it off while I blinked. I went to bed without brushing my teeth. Next morning, I checked my socials. 2 new likes on an old post. My birthday from last year. The usernames were gibberish, but both accounts had the same profile pic. Me. But not a selfie. Same house. Same hallway. Slightly different face. Slightly wrong. I started avoiding mirrors. I covered the bathroom one with a towel. The full-length one in the hallway. I turned it to face the wall. I was done with reflections. One night, I heard something whisper my name. I was lying in bed, lights off, half asleep. Thought it was the wind. Then it whispered again. From inside the room. I turned on the light. Empty. Obviously. But when I looked at the paper panel across from me, there was a shadow on it. A tall one. Not mine. I texted my friend who'd hooked me up with the rental. Asked who lived here before. He just replied, I thought it was a new build. It wasn't. I'd seen the water stains in the beams, the age in the wood. This house had stories, no doubt. Final straw? I woke up to find my phone open on the Notes app. A new note titled, My Side. Just 3 words. You copied me. I moved out that day, left half my stuff. Didn't even lock the door. Got on a train to Osaka and booked the first capsule hotel I could find. Sometimes I check my email spam folder. I keep getting password reset requests for accounts I never made. And every time I pass a red paper door, I feel watched. Whatever was in that house, it's still online, and it's still pretending to be me. Don't open your eyes. Underwater. It started the third night I stayed near that lake. I was backpacking through Yunnan, bouncing from mountain towns to small villages. It was off-season. No tourists, no crowds. Just misty mornings, strong tea, and the occasional friendly local. I found this guest house near a lake that wasn't on any of the maps I was using. The owner said something about it being a reservoir or something like that. No name, no boats, just still, black water and a rickety dock that creaked like hell. First 2 nights, nothing weird. I took some photos, read a bunch, kept mostly to myself, but on the third night, I had this dream. Or thought I did. In it, I was underwater, not panicking or anything, just sinking. There was light above me, but not enough. My arms weren't moving. My eyes were open, and someone else was down there, right in front of me. Not swimming, just floating, watching me. I woke up gasping, and my shirt was damp. Not sweaty, wet, like I'd been outside in the rain. I checked the windows, closed. Door, locked. No leaks. I even smelled like lake water. I figured maybe I spilled something in my sleep. A water bottle, except the floor was dry. The bed, too. Just my clothes. Next day, I brought it up to the old woman who ran the guest house. I just said, "Hey, does the lake ever flood?" She looked at me for a few seconds longer than felt normal, then said, "If you saw it, then next you'll hear it." No explanation. Just walked away. That night, I put a towel at the base of the door. Left the light on, even set up my phone camera to record while I slept. Dumb, maybe, but I needed to know if I was sleepwalking or something. The dream came back. Same place, same slow descent, but this time I could hear it, muffled, like voices underwater, whispering, and it was getting louder the closer I got to that floating figure. I couldn't make out the words, but I felt them, like pressure in my ears. I woke up to my phone buzzing. The video was corrupted. Just static. My clothes were soaked. Again. And there were small puddles on the wooden floor. I should have left then. But I didn't. Something about that lake. It felt like it wanted me to stay. I stopped dreaming. Or maybe I stopped remembering them. But during the day, I'd zone out and see flashes. The dock. A hand reaching up, bubbles rising past my face. And then, one morning, I noticed something on my arm. Faint but real. Scratches, like fingernail marks, circling my wrist. I asked another guest about it. Some dude from Chengdu. He went pale when I mentioned the dreams. Said he stayed there 2 years ago. Same room, same lake. Same dreams. He left after he woke up with water in his lungs. Legit had to go to a clinic. He showed me the scar from where they put in a drainage tube. He told me, if you hear it again, don't answer. Not even in your head. And whatever you do, don't open your eyes. The last night, I followed his advice. It didn't matter. I woke up with a mouthful of muddy water. Couldn't breathe. Choked for what felt like hours. The sheets were soaked. The lamp by the bed had shorted out. My phone was fried. I left at dawn. Didn't check out. Didn't even take my bag. Now, weeks later, I still can't sleep without hearing those muffled voices. Sometimes I dream I'm back there, and the water's deeper, darker, and that figure in the lake isn't just watching anymore. It's waiting. And every now and then, I wake up with damp clothes, even in my apartment, even without a lake for miles. the night market that didn't end. I didn't plan on stopping in Tainan. It was one of those spontaneous detours. I had time to kill, and someone at the hostel in Taichung mentioned the food was worth it. So I booked a room for 2 nights and figured I'd eat my way through the night markets. First night was normal. Loud, bright, chaotic in a comforting way. You know the vibe, skewers sizzling, kids laughing, neon buzzing. I stuffed my face with stuff I couldn't name and went back to the hotel, bloated and happy. Second night was different. I was looking for a smaller market I'd seen on a random Instagram story. It wasn't on any map apps, but the picture had a distinct red lantern gate and some kind of dragon mural. I wandered until I found it tucked in a quiet alley. No signs, no crowds. Just a line of vendors and that gate. The second I walked through, something felt off. Not creepy, just weirdly familiar. Like deja vu, but thicker. I got a scallion pancake from the first stall. The guy handed it over with a huge smile and said, "Back again, huh?" I blinked. "Have we met?" "You always say that," he laughed, flipping another on the griddle. I laughed too, awkwardly. Figured he was mixing me up with another tourist. I kept walking. The place went on forever. Like blocks and blocks. The deeper I went, the dimmer the lights got. Less music. Fewer people. I remember passing a stall selling stuffed animals, and the vendor, a woman in a green apron, looked me in the eye and said, "Your mom used to buy that rabbit for you. You loved it." I stopped. "Sorry." She smiled. "You always had a sweet tooth. Your sister used to cry when you got the last one." "I don't have a sister," I said, before I could stop myself. She tilted her head. "Oh, right. Not anymore." I didn't buy anything else. I turned back the way I came, tried to retrace my steps, but the pancake stall wasn't where I left it. None of it was. The lanterns looked older. The crowd was younger. Kids in 80s clothes were chasing each other, and one of them ran straight through me. Like, actually through me. I kept walking. Fast. Trying to keep calm. I passed a mirror hung on a pillar near a candy vendor. I looked into it without thinking. It wasn't me. It looked like me. Same height, same hair. But younger, maybe 10, and the eyes weren't mine. They were wide and scared. I spun around. No one was there. I pulled out my phone. No signal. Not even Wi-Fi. The time on the lock screen said 9:42 p.m., the same time it said earlier that night. I had checked it at the gate. I started running. Pushed past people. Some smiled. Some looked straight through me. I saw a woman at a tea stall wave at me like she knew me. I didn't stop. I found the red lantern gate eventually. Or I thought I did. But it was rusted. Faded. Covered in vines. I stepped through anyway. I was still in the market. The food stalls were older now. Fewer lights. Everyone was speaking a dialect I didn't recognize. I walked past a stand with little plastic toys and noticed the packaging had my name on it. In English, my full name. And a photo of me as a kid. Same one my mom keeps framed in her living room back home. I couldn't breathe. I sat down on a curb and tried to wake myself up. But I wasn't dreaming. I could smell the oil, feel the warmth of the grill nearby. Then a man sat down next to me. Mid-40s, glasses, calm face. "You're looping," he said. "Don't worry, it stops. Eventually." I stared at him. "What is this place?" "I don't know. I think it remembers people, the ones who forget it. How do I get out?" He didn't answer, just handed me a bag of peanuts and said, "You used to love these." I threw the bag and ran. Again. That time, I didn't find the gate. Just kept walking until I hit a stall with a tiny old woman selling paper fans. She looked up and said, "You'll forget again soon. That's what lets you go." I screamed at her, begged. She just closed her eyes. I don't remember how I left. I woke up in my hotel bed. Clothes smelled like smoke. Phone said 9:42 p.m. I thought it was a nightmare until I emptied my pockets. A bag of roasted peanuts and a paper fan. Both had my name printed on them. She didn't get off the train. I was living in Seoul for work, bouncing between translation gigs and private lessons. Nothing glamorous. Just enough to cover rent and a few late-night snacks. One night, I stayed too long at a friend's place on the other side of the river. It was almost midnight by the time I got to the subway station. The last train had maybe 3 cars running. Practically empty. I got in and sat down across from this woman. Long black hair, dark hoodie, sitting totally still. Face down, like she was looking at her hands in her lap. I didn't think much of it. Just plugged in my headphones, scrolled through my phone, zoned out. We passed a few stops. No one got on. No one got off. Just the two of us. Then she spoke. "You always sat like that. Slouched, looking tired. Even when you said you were fine." I looked up, confused. Took one earbud out. "Sorry." She slowly lifted her head. Her eyes met mine. "I waited for you that day. You never came." I laughed a little, nervously. "I think you've got the wrong person." She smiled, sad, like she'd expected me to say that. "You always say that." But I remember everything. I was about to say something else, maybe ask if she was okay, when she started listing things. My old school, my childhood dog's name, the song I played on repeat during my first breakup, places I'd been, mistakes I made, things I told no one. I stopped breathing. "How do you know all that?" "Because you told me. All of it. Before you left." I shook my head. "I didn't." "You did." She leaned forward, her voice low but steady. "That winter you promised you'd come back, but you didn't. I waited. At the park bench. Every day for a month. And when I finally stopped waiting, I wasn't me anymore." My hands were shaking. I couldn't remember anything like that. I didn't know her. I swear I didn't. She sat back and looked out the window. The subway had passed another station. No one got on. No announcements. Just tunnel. "I'm not mad anymore," she whispered. "I just don't want you to leave again." I stood up, ready to move to another car. "You can't," she said. "You never do." I turned toward the connecting door. Locked. "This isn't funny," I said. She was still smiling. "You're the one who forgot, not me." My phone buzzed. A message from an unknown number. "Don't get off yet." I opened it. There was a photo. Blurry, dimly lit. A subway car. Me, sitting across from her. Except I wasn't wearing the same clothes. I looked back. She hadn't moved. But the lights in the car flickered. Then everything went black. For a few seconds, I heard breathing. Close. Behind me. When the lights came back on, she was gone. I was alone. The train pulled into a station. My stop. I got off, heart pounding, phone clutched in my hand. The platform was empty. Silent. Too quiet. I made it home. Locked every door. Slept with the lights on. The next morning I checked my phone again. The message was gone. No photo. No record of any unknown number. But when I took the subway the next night, she was there again. Different seat. Same eyes. And she whispered, still slouching, I haven't taken the train since, but I still see her. Sometimes in reflections, sometimes in dreams, sometimes right behind me when I unlock my door. The hand in the temple wall. I'd been traveling in northern Thailand for a couple weeks, mostly solo. I wasn't trying to find myself or anything. I just needed to unplug. A friend told me about this little temple outside Chiang Mai that offered short-term stays. Cheap room, basic meals, a chance to disconnect. Sounded perfect. The place was simple but beautiful. Tucked up against the hills, surrounded by tall trees and that constant, distant hum of insects. I got a room at the back of the compound. A single futon on a wooden platform. One small lamp, and bare white walls with these oddly thick seams between the panels, like they'd been sealed too many times. The first night was uneventful. Quiet. Peaceful. But on the second night, I couldn't sleep. Something about the air. It felt heavy, like the room was pressing in. Around 3 a.m., I got up and leaned against the wall just to feel something solid. That's when it happened. Warmth. Like actual body heat. The wall felt like a person. And the second I touched it, this wave of emotion hit me. Not fear. Something sadder. Regret. Regret so deep I almost started crying. Not mine. It wasn't mine. I pulled my hand back fast, heart racing. Took a walk around the courtyard to clear my head. No one else was up. No lights, just me in the dark. The next day, I didn't say anything. I figured maybe I was overtired. Stress, whatever. But that night, it happened again. I didn't even touch the wall this time. I just got near it, and that same wave hit me. Stronger. And words started echoing in my head. If I hadn't run. Just that. Over and over. Like my own voice, but not my thought. I backed away, slept outside under the awning. Got eaten alive by mosquitoes, but I didn't care. The monks never asked questions. One of them nodded at me like he knew. Like it wasn't new. On the fourth night, I was lying in bed, staring at the ceiling, when I saw it. A shadow on the wall. A hand. Pressed flat, like someone was on the other side. I froze. Then I did the dumbest thing imaginable. I touched it. This time, it wasn't just regret. It was pain. Shame. Panic. Memories that didn't belong to me, running through dark halls, shouting someone's name, hearing nothing but silence in return. And then I saw her. In my mind, clear as day. A woman, young, maybe early 20s, crying in the rain, reaching out to me, begging me not to go. I didn't know her, I swear I didn't, but the emotions said otherwise. They said I'd abandoned her. I tore my hand away. The wall was just wood again. I packed my stuff that morning, told the monks I had to go. One of them just said, "Many people feel things here. Not all stay." I didn't ask what that meant. When I got to Chiang Mai City, I checked into a normal guest house. But the dreams didn't stop. I'd wake up reaching for a wall that wasn't there, whispering apologies in a voice that didn't feel like mine. And sometimes when I walk past certain buildings, I swear I feel warmth through the concrete. Like someone on the other side is still waiting for me to come back, still hoping I won't run this time. The three-eyed boy. I didn't even want to stop in Varanasi. It was kind of an accident. I missed a connection, my plans got screwed, and I figured, why not spend a night or two? Everyone says it's spiritual or whatever. That wasn't what I was looking for, but the guest house was cheap and the food smelled good. On the second day, I went for a walk near the Ghats. It was early, foggy, quiet. The air smelled like smoke and river. I didn't have a destination. I just walked. That's when I saw the kid. He was standing barefoot on the steps, staring right at me. Skinny, maybe 8 or 9, in a faded red shirt. There was something off about his face, but I couldn't place it at first. I waved. He didn't wave back, just smiled and said, "You forgot where you're buried." I stopped cold. "What?" He tilted his head. "Come on, I'll show you." I looked around. No one else seemed to notice him. Tourists were snapping photos, locals bathing, vendors setting up. No one looked twice at the weird kid talking about graves. I should have walked away. I really should have. But something in me wanted to know what the hell he meant. We walked for about 20 minutes. He didn't talk, just kept looking back to make sure I was still following. We passed narrow alleys, quiet shrines, stray dogs. The sun started burning through the haze. Finally, we reached this old courtyard, surrounded by crumbling stone. Half the place looked abandoned. In the center was a low tombstone, covered in moss. He pointed. "There." I stepped closer. There was writing in both Hindi and English. The English part said, "In memory of my name, a man who walked away too many times, 1979 to 2023. I swear to God, it was my full name, spelled exactly right. Even the birth year was correct. What the fuck is this?" The kid didn't answer. He just sat on the edge of the stone and looked up at me. "That's not real," I said, pointing at the grave. "That's not me. I'm right here." He nodded. "That's why it's confusing." I stepped back. My heart was racing. "Who are you?" He smiled wider. That's when I saw it. In the middle of his forehead, faint but clear, was a third eye, closed, like a birthmark, but shaped too perfectly. I took another step back. "You were supposed to remember," he said, "but you kept choosing not to. So I came to help. I don't know what you're talking about." "You will." He stood up and walked behind the tomb. I followed, maybe 2 steps behind. But when I rounded the corner, he was gone. Completely. No door, no exit, just an empty yard. I turned back to the grave. The name was gone. Just blank stone. I ran back to the main street, nearly slipped on the stone stairs. People looked at me like I was crazy. Maybe I was. Back at the guest house, I checked my passport, my ID, my emails. Everything said what I expected. My name, my birthday. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed, like the edges of my memories were fraying. That night I had dreams, vivid ones. Me standing on the Ghats, wearing clothes I've never owned, speaking a language I don't know, watching someone drown, not helping, just watching. And the boy was there, watching me back. I left Varanasi the next day, didn't even finish my breakfast, but now, every so often, I wake up to muddy footprints near the window. And once I found a small handprint on the mirror, right in the center, like someone had been watching, with more than just 2 eyes. The island behind the mirror. The villa was way too nice for what I paid. Infinity pool, jungle views, giant bed with those mosquito net curtains that make you feel like royalty. I booked it last minute after getting burned out in Ubud. It was supposed to be a reset. A few days offline, no emails, no calls. Just me, some paperbacks, and a stocked mini fridge. The first day was great. Sun, naps, fried rice, silence. I didn't even think to look in the mirror until that evening. It was a full-length one, tall and narrow, across from the bed. I caught my reflection as I was brushing my teeth. Nothing weird. Just me, tired and sunburnt. But that night, I had this dream. I was walking through the villa, except it wasn't mine. The layout was flipped, the pool was inside, the bed was gone, and when I passed the mirror, I wasn't in it. Or, not all of me, just my outline, like a hole in the image. I woke up sweating. The next day, I laughed it off, drank some coffee, read by the pool. But when I passed the mirror again that night, I noticed it was lagging. Like I turned my head, and my reflection was half a second late. I tried it a few more times. Same delay. I cleaned the surface, checked for smudges. Maybe it was lighting? Jet lag? I don't know. It freaked me out, but not enough to leave. That night, the dream came back. Same villa, but darker. I couldn't see outside, just black beyond the windows. In the mirror, my reflection was facing away. Then it turned to look at me. Its mouth moved. "Don't come back." I jolted awake. 3:13 a.m. The room was quiet. Still. But the air felt wrong. Heavy, like I was being watched. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. Next morning, the villa staff dropped off breakfast, fruit and pastries in little baskets. I tried to ask if someone had stayed here recently. The woman just smiled and said, "No guests since January." It was July. That night, I avoided the mirror. Drew the curtains, even though I knew it wouldn't help. But just as I was dozing off, I heard the pool water ripple. My window looked straight at it. I got up, peeked out. Nothing. But in the reflection on the glass, there was someone sitting by the edge. I turned to look directly. No one. I looked back at the glass. Still there. A figure, blurry, hunched over. Hands in the water. Motionless. I backed away and turned toward the mirror. The same figure, but this time, I saw the face. It was mine, except pale, wet, smiling in a way I've never smiled. I packed right then, threw my clothes into my bag, didn't even grab my charger. I didn't care, I needed out. At the front gate, the driver was already waiting. I never called him. He looked at me in the rear view the whole drive. When I got to the next town, I booked a hostel dorm room. Slept with other people around. No mirrors, no windows near the bed. But the dreams didn't stop. Now, even in daylight, I catch glimpses of that villa in places it shouldn't be. Reflected in store windows, puddles, my phone screen. And the reflection? It doesn't match anymore. It still smiles. Still wet, still waiting. The last photo. I was in Dalot for the scenery. The fog, the hills, the old French villas. Perfect for photography. I've been posting to this side account where I just uploaded film shots. No hashtags, no followers I knew personally. Just kind of a quiet journal. I was walking through one of the older neighborhoods one morning, past this decaying mansion with vines curling up the stone walls. The light hit it just right. I took 3 shots with my film camera and moved on. Nothing dramatic. That night, I uploaded one of the photos from my phone. Just the scan. The mansion framed by trees, a little off-center. I was about to close the app when I saw something that made me stop cold. The photo had a like, but I hadn't posted it yet. I stared at the screen. The timestamp was current. The like was there, but the post button was still showing, meaning it hadn't been published. I thought maybe I hit something by accident. Maybe it queued wrong. I refreshed. The like disappeared. Weird, but whatever. Glitch, maybe. I posted it. Didn't think much of it. 2 days later, I developed the full roll. When I got the scans back, I noticed something off in that same photo. Someone was in the window, on the 2nd floor of the mansion, standing, not looking out, but angled just enough that I could see the side of their face. It looked like they were watching the street. I zoomed in. The resolution wasn't great, but there was something about their posture, like they were waiting. That night, I dreamt I was standing in front of the house again, but this time I wasn't alone. Someone was behind me, breathing. I turned in the dream, and there was no one. Next day, I went back to the mansion. For curiosity, I guess, but there was no window on the second floor, just solid wall, bricks where the opening should have been. I showed the scan to the guy at the photo lab. He looked, then looked at me. "You edited this?" Numbers straight scan. Huh. Doesn't make sense. I left with the negatives. That night, I started looking through my older photos. Just scrolling. Random shots from other cities, other countries, and I started noticing things. Same figure. Far in the background sometimes. Sometimes just a shadow, but always the same outline. Same posture. In photos from before Dalat, even before Vietnam. How did I miss it? I didn't sleep. Every creak in the guest house felt too loud. Every shadow too dark. Next morning, I deleted the account. Within minutes, I got an email. "You forgot to take the last one." No address, no sender. Just that sentence. I grabbed my camera and went out. Walked through alleys until I ended up back at that same mansion. I stood there waiting for something, anything. Nothing happened. So I took one more photo. Just one. When I got back to my room, my phone buzzed. New follower on the deleted account. Username was just numbers. I clicked on it. The profile photo was the picture I had just taken. I hadn't uploaded it yet. It wasn't even scanned. But there it was. And in the comments, "Thanks for finishing it." I haven't taken a photo since. I don't even carry a camera anymore, but sometimes in other people's photos online, I see places I've been, and someone standing just where I was, looking back at the camera, like they're waiting for me to come home. The Silent Village. I wasn't supposed to be that high up in the mountains. It started with a simple hike. I met some other travelers in Pokhara, tagged along on a route that wasn't on any of the popular maps. One of them said it led to a small village that offered food and maybe a homestay. Not touristy. Pure. Peaceful. We got lost. By the third day, I was alone. The others turned back after a storm blew through and wiped out part of the trail. I didn't want to quit. I figured I'd make it to the next village, catch a bus, loop back. That's when I found it. A cluster of wooden homes, nestled into a slope. Smoke rising from chimneys. A few people walking slowly, carrying baskets or water jugs. It looked normal, except for the silence. Total silence. No chickens, no dogs, no wind through trees. Just nothing. My boots crunching the dirt path felt like shouting. I waved to a man walking past. He nodded. Didn't speak. I asked if there was food. Pointed to my stomach. He nodded again, then motioned toward a house. Inside, an older woman handed me a bowl of soup. She smiled, sat across from me. But still, no sound. Not even from the spoon tapping the bowl. It was like someone had hit mute on the whole village. I thought maybe it was altitude sickness, pressure messing with my ears. I tapped the bowl on the table. No sound. I knocked on the wooden wall. Nothing. But when I exhaled loudly through my nose, the woman looked up, like a switch had flipped. Her smile dropped. She stared hard at me. I apologized instinctively, not knowing why. She stood, walked to the door, and stepped outside. I heard the floor creak under her feet. That was the only sound. That night I was given a room. Simple bed, thick blankets, no electricity. I couldn't sleep. Every time I moved, the mattress made no noise. Even my breath sounded wrong. Too quiet, like it was being muffled. Around 2 a.m., I opened the window to get some air. The village was lit by moonlight, and I saw people, just standing, not moving, all facing different directions. One of them was looking straight at my window. I closed it fast. The next morning, no one spoke to me. No one even looked at me. I packed up, tried to ask how to get back to the main trail. No one responded. So I just left. About 30 minutes into the forest, I finally heard something. Birds. Wind. Distant chatter from what sounded like another village. Relief flooded through me, so I pulled out my phone to check GPS. It was already recording audio. I hadn't opened the app. I stopped it, played it back. For the first 30 seconds, it was just white noise. Then, a voice right next to the microphone. "This sound doesn't leave." I dropped the phone, let it sit in the dirt, walked as fast as I could until I found a truck willing to take me back to Pokhara. Now, even in cities, sometimes I hear nothing at all, like the world drops out for a second. Silence like a vacuum. And in those moments, I swear, I see people watching me, like they're waiting for me to remember I'm not supposed to hear anything anymore. I stayed for the dog. I know I died in the fall. It was one of those warm North Carolina afternoons where the sun hits the porch just right and the air smells like hay and old wood. I'd been fixing the fence out by the back pasture. Next thing I knew, I was on the ground, staring up at the sky through a blur. I don't remember the pain, just the sound of leaves and birds, and the dog barking. That was the last thing I heard. Then, silence. For a while I thought I was dreaming, but everything looked too real, too still. I stood up. No one noticed. Not the neighbors, not the mailman, not even Sheriff Collins, who pulled into the drive a day later. He stepped over me, called someone, then the coroner came. I watched them carry me out like I was a bag of feed. Watched my sister cry by the kitchen sink. And the dog, Boone, he was the only one who saw me. That first night, he sat by the back door, head tilted, ears twitching. He wagged his tail when I walked past him, even though no one else could hear my boots on the floor. Boone's a mutt. Some shepherd in him. Some hound. I'd had him since he was a pup. Found him behind the gas station, half-starved and full of fleas. Fed him beef jerky out of my glove box, and he never left my side since. After I died, Boone started sleeping in my old recliner, the one I always used to nap in after lunch. He'd curl up tight, nose tucked into the cushion like he was holding on to something. People said he was grieving. I think he knew I wasn't gone. He followed me around the house, like he always had. Down to the barn in the mornings, back to the porch at dusk. He barked when I went out of sight too long, like he was afraid I might fade away if he wasn't looking. The others didn't see it. They just called him clingy, said he was getting old. Truth is, I stayed for him. He was the only one who still looked at me like I mattered. When my sister moved into the house, Boone stayed too. She tried to get him to sleep in the laundry room. He wouldn't have it. Scratched at the door until she gave in and let him back into the living room. Some nights, she'd catch him staring at the corner of the room, right where I sat. She started leaving the recliner empty. Years went by. Boone grayed around the muzzle, moved slower, slept more. I started to notice something I hadn't before. The bond we had, the way he reacted to me, it was getting thinner, like static on a bad radio. Some days he wouldn't turn his head when I walked in. Some days, he just slept through it. I didn't blame him. Time forgets everyone eventually. But one day, he perked up again. It was sunny out, late summer. I was sitting on the porch rail, watching the fields. Boone came out, slow but steady. He didn't look at the yard or the birds. He looked straight at me. And he smiled. Dogs don't smile like people. But Boone always had this way of curling his lips, squinting his eyes, letting out a soft whine. He looked at me like he'd known all along. Like he was saying, "It's okay. I'm ready now." He lay down by my feet. Well, where my feet would have been, and let out a long sigh. The sun dipped low. Crickets started up. I waited. A few minutes later, he was gone. I didn't cry. I didn't speak. I just stood there, quiet. And then I felt it. Something warm, gentle, a tug, not backward, but forward, like I wasn't supposed to stay anymore. Boone led the way, same as always, tail wagging, tongue out, trotting up ahead like he knew where we were going. I didn't look back. I didn't have to. The house would go on. My sister would paint the walls, sell the tractor, maybe get a new dog one day. But Boone and I, we had somewhere else to be. And this time, we'd both be waiting at the door. You can't block me anymore. She blocked me. First, it was just texts, then calls. Then she unfollowed every account I had. Instagram, Facebook, even the dumb old Pinterest board we made together. Then she changed her locks. Moved up 3 floors in the same building. Like I wouldn't notice. It hurt. Not just the breakup, but the erasure. Like I was never real. Like the photos, the messages, the memories didn't matter. Like she could just swipe me away. But she forgot one thing. You can't block the dead. She didn't know I died, of course. It was an accident. Stupid, really. I was trying to catch her one morning in the lobby, just to talk. Slipped on ice outside the building. Hit my head. It was fast. No drama, no blood. Just lights out. Next thing I know, I'm in the elevator. No buttons work, no reflection in the mirror. But I know where I'm going. To her. She's living in 31B now. Corner unit. Great view of the lake. I can see it all through the windows. She's still got that dumb cactus I gave her, even though she always overwatered it. The first few days, I watched. That's all I could do. She never looked up, never paused. She was on her phone constantly. Lights always on, TV always buzzing. She filled the silence with noise, like she was afraid of hearing herself think. And me, I waited. In the corners, in the walls. Behind the mirror in the bathroom. Then one night, her phone died. It was subtle at first. A flicker. The charger cord didn't catch. She jiggled it, frustrated. The screen blinked. Dead. The apartment got quiet. She got up, annoyed, and headed to the kitchen. I followed. She walked right past me, but something in her skin reacted, like a chill crawling over her neck. She rubbed it away. I whispered, "Hi." She froze. Didn't say anything. Just turned on the light. I faded back. I always fade when it's bright. She doesn't know that yet. The next day, she bought 3 backup chargers. She started sleeping with the TV on. Blared podcasts into every room. Even played white noise when she showered. She thought if she kept the world loud, I couldn't slip through. She was right, for a while. But then the storm hit. Citywide blackout. Just for a few hours. Elevators froze, streetlights flickered. The whole building fell into a heavy, humming dark, and her apartment, finally silent. She lit candles, grabbed a flashlight, sat curled on the couch like a child. I sat beside her. She didn't notice at first, but when the air got colder, when her breath started fogging, she turned. Not all the way, just enough to know she wasn't alone. I whispered again, closer this time. "I missed you." She whispered back, barely audible. "Go away." I almost did. Almost. But then I remembered the way she said goodbye. Not a tear. Not a second glance. Just a text. "I need space." Well, I'm nothing but space now. She ran to the bedroom, slammed the door. But doors are human things. I moved through the wall like breath. She tried turning on her phone. Nothing. Tried calling out. No signal. And then, finally, she looked at me. Not through me. Not past me. At me. I didn't look the same, of course. Death changes things. My face was familiar, but off, like a memory seen through warped glass. She cried. Not sobs. Just one tear running down her cheek. That was enough. I sat on the floor. Didn't move. Didn't speak. Just let her feel it. The silence. The stillness. The shape I made in the room. The power came back eventually. Lights snapped on. TV resumed mid-commercial. She didn't turn it off, but she didn't move either. Since then, I visit less. I'm not cruel. I just want her to remember that I existed, that I still do. Some nights she still sleeps with everything on, but I can wait. Screens flicker, batteries drain, connections drop, and when they do, she'll hear me, clear as ever, because you can block a number, but not a memory that won't stop speaking. This isn't the afterlife. I just got stuck. I didn't expect the afterlife to be a soundstage. I thought it'd be light tunnels, maybe a few dead relatives giving me a wave. You know, the classics. Instead, I woke up on stage 4B, face down in fake cobblestone, with a fake lantern flickering beside me and a fog machine hissing just a little too loud. I wasn't religious or anything, but I figured there'd be something after. Heaven, hell, reboot. I don't know. But this was just me, stuck in a studio that smells like burnt coffee and hairspray. And here's the kicker. No one even noticed I died. 1 second, I'm moving a prop table. Next thing, blackout. Turns out it was an aneurysm. Quiet, quick, efficient. The way production likes it. They probably paused for about 20 minutes before replacing me with some intern. Now, I just kinda linger. The set changes, the crew changes, even the show changes. But I stay. Like leftover grip tape no one bothers to pull up. Most days, it's kinda boring. I wander from rig to rig. Sometimes I ride the dolly tracks back and forth. The studio cat, Ginger, sees me, rubs against my leg. She's chill. Everyone else, totally oblivious. Except her, Rebecca. Lead actress, rising star. Big eyes, huge voice. Can cry on cue like she's flipping a switch. Been doing this role for, 2 seasons now. Professional. Consistent. A total pro. And completely losing her mind. Because I think she sees me. It started with the mirror. Scene 12, take 5. She glanced past camera and locked eyes with me. I was standing behind the set wall, just watching. She flinched, missed her line. Director yelled cut. She laughed it off. But next take, same thing. Then again, and again. "There's someone back there," she said. They checked. No one found anything. They never do. But she kept glancing, over her shoulder, into the corners, especially during takes. She started ad-libbing weird stuff, too. Lines like, "You don't belong here," or "It's not in the script, but I feel it." Everyone thought she was being method. Edgy. I think she's talking to me. And I wish I could talk back. I tried once, whispered during a take. Just her name. She froze mid-line, stared right into the camera, said, "That's not my name." Everyone laughed, thought it was improv, but she looked pale afterward, shaky. I followed her off set that day, into the dressing room, sat on the vanity. She stared at the mirror, hard, like she expected to see something behind her. Maybe she did. Maybe she's the type who always had one foot in another world. I wanted to tell her I'm not dangerous, I'm just stuck. I don't know how to leave, or move on, or whatever I'm supposed to do. They've been filming a dream sequence this week. Lots of fog. Slow-mo. Rebecca walks the same hallway, over and over. 40 times now. Same lighting. Same camera angle. She keeps looking past the lens. At me. And today she said something that chilled even me. Between takes, she turned to the director and said, "There's someone in this scene who doesn't belong in the script, but they keep showing up. So maybe we should let them speak." He laughed, called it spooky, said he'd work it into the rewrite, but she wasn't joking. Tonight, after rap, she stayed late. Sat center stage in full costume. Lights off. Just her and me. She whispered, "If you're real, say something." I moved a chair. Her breath caught, but she didn't run. She said, "You're stuck, aren't you?" And I nodded. Somehow she saw it. She whispered, "So am I." Then she smiled, said, "Let's keep doing the scene until someone notices." Maybe she means the audience. Maybe she means whatever's after. But until then, we'll both be here, trapped in the spotlight, waiting for someone to call cut. I was a joke, even in death. You know the kid everyone makes fun of in high school? The one they roll their eyes at in the hallway. The one whose name turns into a punchline. That was me. Brandon. The kid with the squeaky shoes, the bad breath, the weird laugh. Whatever. I had a million labels, none of them flattering. Nobody said it to my face, but they didn't have to. You learn to read the tilt of a head, the side glances, the way someone snickers without moving their mouth. I died junior year. Gym class, of all places. Collapsed in the locker room after running the mile. Heart thing no one knew about. Boom. Gone. Lights out before my head even hit the bench. People freaked out, sure. Ambulance, teachers crying, announcements on the PA. They held a memorial assembly, read out some quotes, played a slideshow. Everyone clapped. A few even cried. But I know the difference between crying and caring. They went back to joking the next day. About other kids, sure, but I could feel it. My name still hung around in their mouths, like gum stuck to the bottom of a desk. Remember Brandon? Dude just dropped dead. Like I was a trivia fact. A meme. They emptied my locker fast. Painted over my name on the equipment roster. Got a new kid to fill my spot in dodgeball. Life moved on. Fast. But I didn't. The thing is, no one tells you what happens next. Not the dying part. That's easy. It's the after part. The not living but not gone part. I stayed. Not sure why. Maybe because I didn't know where else to go. Maybe because no one ever looked me in the eye and said, goodbye. So I stayed in the gym, the locker room mostly, cold tiles, metal benches. My spot was second row, third from the left. Still has the scratch I made with a coin the week before I died. A tiny smiley face with X's for eyes. Hilarious. I watch the classes cycle through. Freshmen who don't know my name. Sophomores who half remember. Juniors who pretend they cared. The coaches don't talk about me. Maybe they forgot. Maybe it's easier that way. But then there's her, Jenny. She had the locker next to mine. Always smelled like citrus body spray and mint gum. Never laughed when I dropped my towel. Never called me bran flakes like the others. She wasn't exactly a friend, but she wasn't cruel. And she remembers. Every Tuesday after swim class, she sits on the bench and talks. Not loud. Not like she's doing it for attention. Just soft. Casual. "Hey, Brandon," she said once, staring at the scuffed-up floor. "I still can't do that backstroke without looking like I'm drowning." Another time. They changed the vending machine. No more grape soda. Bet you're glad. She talks like I'm still there. Because I am. She's the only one who never laughed at me, even after I was gone. And she says things that cut deeper than the jokes ever did. Like, "Your voice was weird, but I liked it. You always sounded surprised to be speaking." Or, "I wish I'd said something when the others were mean. I wish I'd told you your drawing was cool. That day you left it on your folder." I remember that drawing. A knight in rollerblades. Stupid, right? But she remembered. And today, she did something different. She brought a sticky note, wrote something on it, peeled it off, pressed it inside the locker. I floated closer, curious. It said, "I'm sorry I laughed once. It wasn't at you. I swear asterisk." I felt something then. Like warmth, like static that doesn't sting. No one's ever apologized to me. Not once. The note's still there. Might get scrubbed off by some janitor next week. Doesn't matter. Because for a second, I wasn't a joke. I was a person. A name someone whispered, not shouted. And maybe that's all I wanted. Not justice. Not revenge. Just to be seen. I don't know how long I'll stay. Maybe until graduation. Maybe until she leaves. Maybe longer. But now I know one thing. Someone remembers me for who I was, not how I died. And that makes staying not so bad. The man I possess has no idea. The man I possess thinks the voice in his head is his own. He doesn't question it much, just assumes it's stress, caffeine, that inner monologue everyone says they have. He talks back to it sometimes, calls it his thinking voice. Says things like, "Why'd I come this way?" Or, "Did I already check that stop?" And then shrugs and keeps moving. He doesn't know I'm the one nudging his feet to the left at certain corners, making him miss trains by seconds, guiding him out of his usual routines. I'm not malicious, but I do have a goal. This started 3 weeks ago. He was on the red line, headphones in, tapping some game on his phone. I was drifting. I'd been drifting for years, honestly. Just air between bodies, static in train windows, a flicker in the corner of someone's vision. No one ever saw me long enough to matter. But then he yawned, and for half a second, something opened. You don't realize how vulnerable you are mid-yawn. Everything inside goes slack, and that's all it took. I stepped in. He didn't notice at first, maybe still hasn't, but I noticed everything. I felt the weight of having lungs again, the ache in his knees, the buzz of his phone in his pocket. I remembered what it meant to be. It was addictive, so I stayed. He talks a lot to himself, quietly, under his breath. So when I whisper, he doesn't flinch. When I urge him to turn right instead of left, he calls it a hunch. We've been riding the trains every night. I like the trains. They remind me of movement, of going somewhere even if the destination never matters. But lately, I've been pushing him off route. Just a little. "Why am I on the green line?" he muttered 2 nights ago. I hate the green line. But he stayed on. Last week I led him past an alley that smelled like rust and regret. He paused, looked down it, said, "This feels familiar." It should. That's where I died. No headline, no police tape. Just a shove, a crack, and a wallet gone. Took them days to find me. Even longer to identify me. I was in between things back then. Jobs, apartments, people who'd notice. No one haunted that alley. So I decided to haunt someone else. He's not a bad man. Boring, maybe. Lonely. Same sandwich for lunch every day. Same playlist on the way to work, but he's kind. He gives up his seat for pregnant women. Tips the coffee guy even when he doesn't like the coffee. I think, in some way, he was waiting for someone to notice him too. Tonight, I'm leading him closer. We're 3 stops away now. He's staring at the window, but he's not seeing his reflection. He's watching something inside his own head. Me. I say his name. He shivers. He doesn't remember giving me that name, but I remember it. It used to be mine. He stands, gets off 1 stop early. I guide his feet down the stairs, around the corner, through the alley. The same one. Still stained. Still quiet. He stops, looks around. "What am I doing here?" he asks. I don't answer. Instead, I let him feel it. The memory. The moment. The pressure on his back. The snap in the air. The cold concrete. He breathes heavy. Whispers, "This is where someone died." Now he's starting to understand. I lean in close, my voice in his bones. "You brought me home." He doesn't run. He just stands there, silent, listening. Tomorrow, he'll think it was a dream, a weird impulse. Maybe write it down in his notes app. Maybe tell a friend if he has one. But he'll come back. They always do. And each time, I'll be stronger, more settled, more real. Until one day, he stops asking why he talks to himself, because he won't be talking to himself anymore. She can hear me when she's asleep. No one hears me when I speak. Not really. I whisper from the corners of rooms, through the crackling of old floorboards, beneath the hum of lights in empty hallways. But it all gets swallowed by the world's noise. My words drift off, like fog over water, thin, shapeless, forgotten, except for her. When she sleeps, she finds me. It started 2 summers ago, at the lake house in Montana. A little cedar lodge her family rented for a week. I'd been there for years by then, hovering in the walls, below the floor, stuck in the cold silence, beneath the lake. I died there. Not dramatically, not tragically, just quietly. 1 misstep off the dock, the weight of soaked clothes, and no one noticed I was missing until the water turned still again. They never found me. But she did, not in waking life, in her dreams. The first night she stayed in the lodge, I felt her mind open like a window. Most people shut tight in sleep, locked away behind nonsense and static. But she was different, software clear, curious. This She found herself standing on the dock, night sky overhead, water black as ink, and I was there, waist deep, reaching up. She didn't run. She crouched down and asked, "Why are you crying?" I couldn't explain, not with words, but I think she felt it, the heaviness, the cold, the loneliness. The next morning she told her parents she had a weird dream. Said she saw a girl in the water who didn't have a name. They laughed it off, called it lake house imagination. But that night she dreamed again, and again, each time the same place, same dock, same black water, me, and each time she stepped closer. I started speaking, slowly, just fragments. Still here. Can't rise. Too heavy. She listened. One night she asked, "Why can't you come up?" I wanted to scream, "Because no one pulled me out." But all that came out was, "Not done." She started drawing pictures in the morning. Sketches of the lake, the dock, me, my hair like kelp, my eyes wide and pale. She kept them hidden in a notebook. I watched from the shadows as she flipped through the pages, lips moving like she was reciting a story no one else could hear. Her parents got nervous, said she was too caught up in the dream, took her for hikes. No screens, no sugar, no stories before bed. Didn't matter. Dreams can't be blocked like Wi-Fi. The last night of their trip, she came to the dock again, but this time she knelt at the edge and reached into the water. I took her hand, and for a moment I rose. Not all the way, just to my shoulders. Enough for her to see the cut on my temple, the moss on my jacket, the sadness stitched into every inch of me. She didn't scream. She just whispered, "You were alone too long." Then she woke up crying. That morning, she snuck out before her parents were awake, tiptoed to the edge of the dock and stood there in her pajamas. She whispered, "Are you real?" I tried to answer. The water rippled. A breeze picked up. A dragonfly landed on her wrist. She smiled. Then they left. The car pulled away, and I was alone again. But not entirely, because she dreams of me still. Not every night, but enough. Enough that I still feel the warmth of her memory floating down into the cold. She's older now. Probably barely remembers that summer. Probably calls it that weird phase. But deep down, something in her remembers. And sometimes when she dreams, she comes back. And I reach for her again. Still waiting. Still hoping. That maybe one night she'll bring someone with her. Someone who knows how to pull me all the way out. She can hear me when she's asleep. No one hears me when I speak. Not really. I whisper from the corners of rooms, through the crackling of old floorboards, beneath the hum of lights in empty hallways. But it all gets swallowed by the world's noise. My words drift off, like fog over water, thin, shapeless, forgotten. Except for her. When she sleeps, she finds me. It started 2 summers ago, at the lake house in Montana, a little cedar lodge her family rented for a week. I'd been there for years by then, hovering in the walls, below the floor, stuck in the cold silence beneath the lake. I died there. Not dramatically, not tragically, just quietly. One misstep off the dock, the weight of soaked clothes, and no one noticed I was missing until the water turned still again. They never found me. But she did. Not in waking life. In her dreams. The first night she stayed in the lodge, I felt her mind open like a window. Most people shut tight in sleep, locked away behind nonsense and static. But she was different. Software clear, curious, She found herself standing on the dock, night sky overhead, water black as ink, and I was there, waist deep, reaching up. She didn't run. She crouched down and asked, "Why are you crying?" I couldn't explain. Not with words, but I think she felt it. The heaviness, the cold, the loneliness. The next morning, she told her parents she had a weird dream. Said she saw a girl in the water who didn't have a name. They laughed it off, called it lake house imagination. But that night, she dreamed again. And again. Each time. The same place. Same dock. Same black water. Me. And each time, she stepped closer. I started speaking. Slowly. Just fragments. Still here. Can't rise. Too heavy. She listened. One night, she asked, "Why can't you come up?" I wanted to scream, because no one pulled me out. But all that came out was, "Not done." She started drawing pictures in the morning. Sketches of the lake, the dock, me, my hair like kelp, my eyes wide and pale. She kept them hidden in a notebook. I watched from the shadows as she flipped through the pages, lips moving like she was reciting a story no one else could hear. Her parents got nervous, said she was too caught up in the dream. Took her for hikes. No screens. No sugar. No stories before bed. Didn't matter. Dreams can't be blocked like Wi-Fi. The last night of their trip, she came to the dock again. But this time, she knelt at the edge and reached into the water. I took her hand. And for a moment, I rose. Not all the way. Just to my shoulders. Enough for her to see the cut on my temple. The moss on my jacket. The sadness stitched into every inch of me. She didn't scream. She just whispered, "You were alone too long." Then she woke up crying. That morning, she snuck out before her parents were awake, tiptoed to the edge of the dock and stood there in her pajamas. She whispered, "Are you real?" I tried to answer. The water rippled. A breeze picked up. A dragonfly landed on her wrist. She smiled. Then they left. The car pulled away, and I was alone again, but not entirely. Because she dreams of me still. Not every night, but enough. Enough that I still feel the warmth of her memory floating down into the cold. She's older now. Probably barely remembers that summer. Probably calls it that weird phase. But deep down, something in her remembers. And sometimes, when she dreams, she comes back. And I reach for her again. Still waiting, still hoping that maybe one night she'll bring someone with her, someone who knows how to pull me all the way out. I died during the podcast. Is this thing on? That was the last thing I said. I always started episodes that way. A dumb little inside joke with the listeners. Tap the mic, say the line, pretend I didn't know. It made me sound casual, real. They liked that. I had about 4,000 regulars, not huge, but steady. True crime and internet mysteries, nothing too serious. I kept it light. Snarky. Added sound effects I downloaded from royalty-free sites. Edited everything myself, from my studio apartment in Manhattan. Well, studio corner. Between the fridge and the radiator. The last episode I recorded was about a haunted number station. You know, those creepy radio signals that broadcast nonsense? I thought it'd be a fun one. Low effort. Got the script from Reddit, lined up some samples, plugged in the mic. Easy. Mid-recording, I started feeling weird. Not like sick. More like the air was folding in on itself. I remember saying, "Is this thing on?" Then the mic went red. Not blinking. just solid, and I collapsed. Not dramatically, no gasping or clutching my chest, just gone, out of frame. Here's the thing though, the software kept recording, and when the audio auto-uploaded, because I had it set to auto-schedule, the file went live that night, titled Episode 72, Numbers Don't Lie. For 2 full days, no one noticed, until the email started. At first, people thought it was a joke, an immersive bit, some kind of ARG. Love the ending, super creepy, one person wrote. Another said, that wheezing in the last 10 seconds? Chilling. You nailed the vibe. Except I wasn't breathing in those last 10 seconds. I wasn't anything. And then came the forums. Threads popped up. Speculation. Audio engineers breaking down the waveform. One guy said there was a sublayer of sound under my voice. A hiss that resolved into words if you slowed it down by 40%. The words, "Don't stop speaking." That's not part of the episode. I never said that. At least, I don't remember saying it. And it gets weirder, because someone keeps releasing episodes. Not every week like I used to. Just occasionally, sporadic. Enough to keep the feed active. No intro, no music, just static. Then a voice. My voice, except it's off, like I'm underwater or buried. The words come slow, and sometimes they echo, like they're bouncing off walls. No mic should be near. The content? Nothing. Rambling. Nonsense phrases. But in every episode, the final 3 seconds are dead silent, until a single word slips in, whispered like it's inches from the listener's ear. One time it was listen. Another, deeper. Last week, breathe. People are obsessed. The subscriber count's over 80,000 now. I watch it from somewhere I don't understand. Not heaven, not hell. More like a signal bouncing between towers, looking for a body to land in. I can't touch anything. Can't move, but I feel when someone hits play. Every time someone listens, I flicker. I think they're helping me come back. Or maybe I'm helping something else get through. I don't know anymore if the voice is mine, but I know what the next word will be. It's ready. Sitting at the end of the next upload, the one queued for midnight. And when they hear it, they'll feel it. Not in their ears, in their hands, their breath, their bones. The word is open. And once they do, I don't think I'll be the one coming through. The new family doesn't know the rules. This house has rules. Not the kind written down, not taped to the fridge or scribbled in cursive over the doorway. They were passed on. By footsteps, by whispers, by the way people hesitated before flipping a light switch. The last family knew them. They never went downstairs after 10 p.m. Didn't matter if they left their phone charging or the laundry still wet. Once the grandfather clock struck 10, they stayed upstairs. Quietly. They always turned the kitchen light on 3 times before switching it off. Click, click, click. Then darkness. Not 2, not 4. Always 3. And they never, ever acknowledged the window by the back pantry. It reflects another house. Almost identical. But not quite. The shutters are too narrow. The porch swing sways without wind. Sometimes there's a figure in the other window, looking in. The Johnsons understood. At least they learned fast. The night they broke a rule, their dog vanished. No blood, no sound. Just a collar by the basement door, and scratches on the wood that weren't there before. They stayed 6 more years. Never broke another rule. But now they're gone. And the new family doesn't know. They moved in all smiles. Young couple, 2 kids, blonde little girl, loud boy, who kicks soccer balls indoors. Boxes still half packed. Music always playing. Lights always on. They laugh too much, and they don't listen. First night, they went downstairs after 10. Looking for extra blankets, they said. I rattled the pipes, whispered from the heating vent. The girl heard me. She paused on the 3rd step, but her father said, "Old house sounds," so they kept going. Second night, they turned the kitchen light off without the clicks. Just one flip. I flickered the bulbs in warning, hummed through the oven. They didn't notice. Or maybe they did, and laughed it off. The window? They looked right at it. The boy pressed his face against it, said, "There's another me in there." And the mother. She laughed. They're breaking the rules, one by one. I don't want to hurt them. That's not what I am. But the house remembers. It doesn't like being ignored. Last night, the girl got up for water. It was past 10. I tried to stop her, whispered her name from the hallway. She froze, listened. Then she turned the light on, just once, and reached for the faucet. The figure in the pantry window moved. She saw it, dropped her glass, didn't scream, just stared. In the reflection, the girl on the other side smiled. Tonight, I hear them arguing. The parents say the girl's making things up, that old houses creak, that reflections don't smile first. But I know what comes next. The door to the basement will open. On its own, the boy will chase his ball down the stairs. He won't come back up. They'll panic, cry, sleep with the lights on, and then maybe they'll listen. I don't ask for much. Just the rules. 3 clicks, no stairs after 10. And don't look at the window. Some things don't like to be seen. Some things are still waiting to be let in. I'm the reason they sell the house every year. They sell this house every year, sometimes every 10 months, sometimes 15, but never longer than that. Real estate agents listed as charming, sun-filled, quiet street, great schools. All technically true. It has good bones, a sweet front porch, a maple tree that turns blood red in fall. But the families never stay. I don't slam doors. I don't creak floorboards at night or scribble on mirrors. I don't even whisper. I just exist. I sit in the attic, in the closet behind the coats, on the couch when no one's home. I watch. I listen. And my presence wraps around the rooms like smoke with no scent. They never see me, but they feel me. The first few weeks are always fine. New furniture, new curtains, a dog or a cat to warm the floors, laughter in the kitchen, scented candles, too many throw pillows. Then comes the shift. They start waking up tired, restless, like they ran a marathon in their dreams. They begin to forget things, where they parked, what they said yesterday, what the house looked like the day they moved in. Their appetites change. One woman stopped eating entirely, said everything tasted like dust. Another started sleepwalking, always to the same spot in the hallway, where I like to linger. It's not malicious. I'm not angry. But being near me does something. I know that now. It makes people hollow. They carry me in their heads, even when they leave. I've watched some of them years later, visiting with realtors. Pale, distracted, thin. One of them burst into tears just seeing the address. I didn't ask to be this way. I died in this house. Quietly. Forgotten. No one came looking. No obituary. Just me and a final breath I never finished. I didn't want to haunt, but a thing left unseen still exists. Still presses. And that pressure, it sinks into the bones of a home. I've seen new paint peel in days. Smart thermostats glitch at 3:07 a.m. Exactly. Mirrors take just a little too long to reflect back. The last owners left after the baby stopped crying. Not died. Just stopped. Slept all day. Blank eyes. Wouldn't respond unless held outside. They sold the house within a week. I watched them pack. The mother kept glancing over her shoulder, like she knew something was there but couldn't name it. They didn't speak a word during the final walkthrough. Now it's listed again. Fresh mulch out front. New sign. Open house Sunday. I watched the stager bring in fake books and plastic plants. I sat on the second floor landing while she worked. She paused, rubbed her arms. Feels chilly up here, she said. The air was still. She'll leave and forget. But the next family? They'll start to feel it. And soon, they'll sell too. Because I don't have to scare them. I just have to stay. No one told me I was dead. I thought I got out. I remember the gate opening. I remember the guards not saying much. Just the clang of metal, the slow walk out, and a sky that looked too bright after all that time inside. They said I could go, that my time was served, that they'd reviewed the case. No apology, no handshake, no bus ticket. Just freedom. I walked, miles maybe, hours. My legs didn't hurt. Everything just felt distant. I made it back to the town I knew. Little beachside Florida place. I remembered the streets, the corner diner, even the old movie theater with the neon sign half lit. But no one looked at me. People brushed past. Waitresses didn't refill my coffee. A man dropped his keys right next to my foot and didn't even glance at me as he picked them up. I thought maybe I'd changed more than I realized. Prison does that. Makes you invisible. But it kept happening. I knocked on my mother's door. She opened it, looked right through me, and closed it again. I shouted her name. Nothing. I walked into the grocery store I used to work at. My old boss stood by the register. I called out to him. He didn't flinch. The only one who noticed me was a kid, maybe 10, sitting on a bench outside the library, swinging his legs. He stared, real direct. "You're not supposed to be here," he said. I laughed. "What do you mean?" "I live here." He tilted his head. "This used to be the prison, long time ago, before they shut it down. My brother says they electrocuted a guy right where you're standing. That's when it started to unravel." I looked around. The buildings were the same, sort of, but the streets felt newer. The people wore clothes a little too current. The names on the stores were wrong. The date on a newspaper said 2029. I went to the library, looked myself up. Death certificate, dated 5 years ago. Name, inmate ID. Crime I didn't commit. Cause of death, execution. I dropped the paper. I didn't remember dying, just waiting, then walking out. Now I wonder if they never let me out at all. Maybe they told me I could go, to make it easier. Maybe I've been walking this loop since the chair sparked and the lights blinked. Maybe that kid's the only one who still sees the edges. I sit on the bench now, every day, waiting for someone to say my name. They don't, but sometimes I see other faces. Pale, confused, like they're trying to remember where they're supposed to be. And I nod, because no one told them either. The glass in the back. There's a table in the back of the cafe I go to every morning. It's by the window. Nice lighting. Wooden chairs with chipped green paint. Kind of charming. In that worn-out way that feels intentional. Every day, it's empty, except for the glass of water. It's always the same. Clear glass, filled about halfway, no lemon, no straw. Condensation on the outside, like it's freshly poured. But no one's ever sitting there. Ever. I get in around 7:30 a.m., grab my to-go cup, glance back as I wait. That table, the one by the window, is always unoccupied. Yet that glass just sits there, like someone stepped away for a second. At first, I didn't think much of it. Maybe someone's on break. Maybe a barista sets it down and forgets. But this has been going on for weeks now. Every single morning. One day, I asked the girl behind the counter, "Hey, you guys holding that back table for someone?" She looked confused. "What table?" "The one by the window. There's always a water glass there." She blinked. "We don't preset tables." "Then who's drinking that?" "Weird." That's all she said before moving on. After that, I started watching it more closely. Sometimes the water level changes. One day it was nearly full. Another day, barely a third, but there's no one near it. No one picks it up. No one refills it. It's just there. Then last Tuesday, I got there early. Like, way too early. Couldn't sleep, figured I'd beat the crowd. When I walked in, the cafe was mostly dark, just a couple of lamps on. The floor had that freshly mopped smell. And that table? The chair was pushed back, angled like someone had just stood up. And the glass? It was still wet, beads of water sliding down the side, like it had just been touched. I stood there a long minute before ordering. Didn't say anything, didn't ask. After that, things started feeling closer. The next morning, I sat one table over. No big deal, just curious. Midway through my coffee, I noticed my cup had been moved, maybe a few inches to the left. Not much, but I'm the only one who touched it. I always set it on the right. I'm right-handed. This wasn't me. That same day, I watched someone go up to the table with the water. He hesitated, then pulled the chair out. As he went to sit, his hand brushed the glass. He recoiled, like it shocked him, looked at his fingers like they burned, then walked away without saying a word. He didn't finish his coffee, just left it on the counter and left. Now, maybe it's just a coincidence. Maybe he was twitchy. Maybe I'm overthinking it. But then came today. I sat across from the glass, made a point of it. No phone, no book. Just me, facing the window. 10 minutes in, the chair across from me moved. No one touched it. It slid a half inch toward the table, like someone was adjusting it before sitting down. And then the condensation on the glass shifted, ran like a finger had just traced down it. I left, didn't finish my drink, didn't say goodbye. As I pushed the door open, I glanced back. The glass was closer to my cup now. Tomorrow, I'm not going back, but I know that the glass will still be there. And it'll be fuller than before, because I left mine behind. The roommate by the door. I only went home for the weekend. 3 days. That's it. Left Friday morning, came back Sunday night. Wasn't even a surprise trip. I told my roommate, Caleb, the day before. Heading back to Houston to see my folks, I said, tossing laundry into a bag. Back Sunday. He gave me a thumbs up without looking up from his laptop. Totally normal. Or it was, until I unlocked the front door late Sunday evening. He was standing there, right in front of the door, inside the apartment, facing it, like he'd been waiting. His arms hung at his sides. No shoes, no expression. Just standing there. I blinked. Dude? He didn't move. I squeezed past him with my bag. You good? Still nothing. I thought maybe he was messing with me. Some weird joke. So I tossed my bag on the couch and waited for the punchline. It didn't come. He didn't follow me. Didn't turn around. Just stood there, face inches from the door. After a few minutes of awkward silence, I said, I'm gonna, order food. You want anything? No answer. I left him there. Next morning, he was still there. Same position. Same clothes. I checked the fridge, untouched. His water bottle on the counter was half empty, though. At least he was drinking. I worked from home that Monday. Every couple hours, I'd glance over. Still standing. By Tuesday, I stopped pretending it was a joke. I thought about calling someone. His parents? A doctor? But what do you even say? My roommate's vertical and unblinking. He wasn't aggressive. He wasn't muttering to himself. He wasn't doing anything at all. Just standing. I left for a while, drove around, got groceries, tried to reset my own nerves. When I got back, he was still there. His water bottle was empty now. I refilled it and set it on the floor next to him. A couple hours later, it was half gone again. So he was doing something. Wednesday morning, I cracked. I stood behind him. Not too close. Caleb, I said, calm but firm. What are you doing? Silence. I stepped to the side, trying to catch his eye. You okay? Nothing. Then, as I turned away, he whispered, soft and raspy. Where were you? I froze. He hadn't spoken in 3 days. I turned to face him again. What? He didn't repeat it, just stared at the door. Behind him, on the wall, I noticed something. 3 long marks, deep, jagged scratches running down the paint. Parallel, like someone had dragged their nails hard enough to leave grooves. I hadn't seen those before. That night I slept on the couch. Thursday morning, he was gone. Not out of the apartment, just not standing by the door anymore. His bedroom door was closed. When I checked inside, he was asleep. On top of the covers, fully dressed. I didn't ask him about it, and he didn't offer an explanation. He went back to normal, eating, showering, watching shows, like nothing happened. But those scratches on the wall, they're still there. And every now and then, when I come home late, I find him standing there again, just for a few seconds, just facing the door, waiting. The voice next door. The first night I noticed the crying. I figured it was just a baby. Old apartment buildings like mine aren't exactly known for soundproofing. Pipes rattle, heaters clank, neighbors sneeze, and you can hear it like they're in the room with you. So crying? Whatever. Someone must have moved in next door. It was soft at first, a few whimpers around 2 a.m., maybe 3. Not frantic, just fussy. I rolled over, put a pillow over my head, and forgot about it by morning. Second night, same time. A little louder. I even laughed a little. Welcome to New York, I muttered, dragging myself out of bed for water. But the third night is when things got weird. Because it wasn't just crying anymore. It was syllables. Tiny, trembling sounds, like a baby trying to mimic adult words. Something close to ma or ne. Still could have been nothing, right? Babies babble. But something about it felt wrong. The pacing, the pauses, like it wasn't random. By the end of the week, the crying had shape. Ah-teh. I sat up in bed when I heard it. It came through the wall, clearer than before. Ah-teh. Kochi. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning, I caught the super in the hallway. "Hey, someone move in next door?" I asked, nodding to 5C. He frowned. "Nope, that place is empty. Has been for months. Leaky ceiling." I tried to laugh it off, but my voice cracked. "You sure?" "Pretty sure. I'm the one that checks for squatters." I didn't press further. That night, I stayed up. Didn't turn on lights, just sat on the floor by the shared wall. At 2:13 a.m., right on schedule, the crying started. But it wasn't crying anymore. It was speech. Open. I swear to God, that's what it said. "Look here." Software urgent. Coming through the plaster like breath. I bolted. Left the apartment, went down to the bodega on the corner, and wandered until the sun came up. Back home, I pressed my ear to the wall. Silence. For a few nights, nothing happened. Then, just when I let my guard down, it came back. Only this time, it was closer. No longer muffled like it was behind a wall. The voice felt like it was inside the room with me. And it knew. "You hear me now." My lights flickered. I didn't move. Couldn't. My whole body locked in place, like I'd stepped into freezing water. I come tonight. Then silence. Total, suffocating silence. I haven't slept since, and tonight is the night. I don't know what's going to happen, but I haven't touched the wall since. I don't go near that side of the apartment, because I think if I do, I'll feel breath on my neck, and I'll hear it again, saying something new. My name. The other name on the schedule. Every week the schedule went up on the break room corkboard. It wasn't fancy. Just a printed spreadsheet, pinned beside the outdated fire drill instructions, and a faded poster about respectful workplace behavior. But every Friday afternoon, like clockwork, someone taped the new sheet there. And every week under mine was the same name. D.G. All caps. No last name. No nickname. Just Dag. At first, I didn't think much of it. Figured it was someone from the night shift I never saw. But after a couple months, I started asking around. "Hey, do you know who Dag is?" Alex from Produce shrugged. "Yeah, they've been around forever." "You've worked here like 6 weeks. "Yeah, well, that's what the others say." So I asked the others. Same thing. "Been here a long time. Kinda private. Keeps to themselves." No one had ever actually worked with DAG, but somehow the name was always there. They were always scheduled, usually right after me, or overlapping by an hour. Yet, I never once saw them clock in. Never saw their name on the locker. Never heard their voice on the walkies. I figured maybe it was some kind of management error. An old employee, still on the payroll by mistake. You'd be surprised how sloppy some stores are. Then I checked the time clock. Their badge number? Active. Punch-in times? Perfectly aligned. Every shift, down to the minute. Like someone was following the schedule exactly. Only thing is, no one had ever seen them badge in. So I decided to stay late. I worked the 2 to 10 shift on a Thursday. Dag was listed for 10 to close. I told the supervisor I'd lock up for her and waved her off. At 10:01 p.m., the backroom lights flickered. Not in a spooky horror movie way. Just a normal, dumb, fluorescent flicker. But it made me glance up. The loading bay door was closed. No trucks were scheduled. Then I heard it. The soft shuffle of shoes on linoleum. coming from the break room. I moved quietly toward the sound. The lights were on. I hadn't left them on. And on the bench near the lockers sat a folded uniform shirt. Same as mine. Same size. Same store patch. It was damp. Not soaked, just slightly warm and humid, like it had been taken off a body 5 minutes ago. Next to it was a name tag. Dag! Still beaded with moisture, like breath had touched it. I stepped back. The walkie on my hip crackled. Just a little hiss of static. No voice. No call. I didn't sleep much that night. Next day, the schedule was up again. DAG was still there. Same shift, same hours. I mentioned it to the assistant manager. He blinked. Yeah, they're still around. Reliable too. Never missed a shift. Have you met them? He paused. Maybe once. A long time ago. I tried to press. What do they look like? But he just laughed nervously and changed the subject. Last night I opened my locker and found 2 uniforms. Both were mine. Same size, same scent, same placement. But one of them was damp. The bed beside mine. I was backpacking through the East Coast, trying to keep things cheap. That meant shared rooms, bunk beds, and earplugs. The place in D.C. was a 6-bed dorm. Nothing fancy. Metal frames, chipped paint, one window that didn't open all the way. But it was clean, and it had a lock on the door. Good enough. I got there late, just before 11 p.m. Checked in, grabbed my bag, and found my assigned bunk. Bottom, back left. Lucky me. There was a guy already in the bed beside mine, sitting up, reading something by the glow of his phone. We made brief eye contact. He gave me a small nod. Hey, I said low. Didn't want to wake the others. He nodded again. You just get in? Yeah, a long bus ride. He smiled, polite but tired. Been there. That was it. I crawled into bed, shoved my backpack under the frame, and passed out within minutes. I woke up around 7 to the sound of someone zipping a suitcase. The guy in the next bed was sitting on the edge, pulling on his shoes. Same posture, same clothes, different face. At first, I thought I was groggy, misremembering. Maybe it was someone else all along. But I remembered the guy from the night before. Slim, short beard, glasses. This guy had none of that. Clean-shaven, taller, broader shoulders. And when I muttered, "Morning," he didn't respond. I watched him leave, then went down to the front desk. Hey, I said, trying to sound casual. Who was in bed 5 last night? The receptionist looked at the screen. No one. That bed's booked for today, starting at 3 p.m. I blinked, but someone was there last night. We talked. He shrugged. Maybe a mix-up? Maybe. That night, a new guest arrived. Different guy. Late 20s, introduced himself as Mike. We chat a bit before lights out. He climbed into the same bed. In the morning, it wasn't Mike. It was a woman. Maybe mid-30s. Reading a paperback like nothing was off. I asked, "Did someone else sleep there last night?" She looked up. What? That bed. You're in bed 5, right? Yeah. But you weren't here last night. She tilted her head. I checked in yesterday afternoon. I went to the front desk again. The staffer was different. She told me kindly that bed 5 had been unoccupied until this morning. I didn't know what to say. I stayed 2 more nights. Each night, someone new said hello. Each morning, someone else woke up in the same spot. No luggage changed. No bedding moved. Just different people. Faces that didn't match voices from the night before. By the 5th morning, I didn't even bother asking. I left before sunrise. Didn't even check out. Just walked away. But sometimes when I close my eyes at night, I hear a voice say, "Hey, you just get in?" And I still can't remember which face it belonged to. The cat she mentioned. The first time I met my neighbor, she apologized. "Sorry if my cat keeps you up," she said, keys jangling as she unlocked her door. "She gets restless at night." "No problem," I replied. I hadn't heard anything. She was maybe in her early 50s, wore big sunglasses, even indoors, and had a strange way of talking, like she was always slightly distracted. Her apartment was right next to mine. Identical layouts, same thin walls. So yeah, if there was a cat yowling at 2 a.m., I'd hear it. But I never did. Not once. No scratching, no meowing, no scampering paws across hardwood floors. Nothing. Still, I didn't think much of it. People have quiet cats. Or maybe she exaggerated. Then one morning, I noticed something odd. Just outside my door, faint little wet marks on the tile, like paw prints. Small. Maybe the size of a kiwi. They led from the wall across the hallway and stopped right at my welcome mat. I crouched to look closer. The prints were damp. Not muddy, not dirty. Just wet and perfectly shaped. 4 pads and a heel. I looked around. The hallway was clean. No leaks, no open windows. It hadn't rained. That was the first time. It kept happening. Every few nights, I'd wake up, open the door in the morning, and there they'd be again. Fresh, wet paw prints, always leading toward my door, never away. But still no cat. I brought it up with her once, a few weeks later, when we passed each other by the mailboxes. "Your cat's pretty stealthy," I joked. She paused. "What do you mean?" "I see her prints sometimes, but I've never actually seen her." She tilted her head. "Oh, she's shy." That was it. No further comment, no smile. Just turned and left. The weirdest part? A few days later, she left town. I saw her hauling 2 suitcases to the elevator. She caught me looking and said, "Going away for a bit. Apartment's empty. Don't worry." "Taking the cat with you?" I asked. She smiled faintly. "Always." That night, I heard a soft thump outside my door. In the morning, fresh paw prints. Even clearer this time. Damp enough that one of them smeared slightly, like something had slipped or turned. No way she was still in the unit. I knocked. No answer. The lights were off. The prints kept coming for a week straight. One night I stayed up, left my lights off, sat by the peephole with a glass of water and too much caffeine. Nothing for hours. But just before dawn, I saw it. Not a cat. A shape. Low to the ground. Pale. Slippery. It crawled across the hallway, fluid and slow, and stopped at my door. It didn't look up, didn't sniff. Just pressed something. Something like a hand, but too small and too narrow, against the base of the door. And then it vanished. I haven't told anyone, but the prints are still showing up, even now that she's moved out. The cough outside the stall. I didn't notice it the first few times. It's a dorm bathroom. Shared. Grimy. Half the stalls don't even lock. Someone coughing outside the stall? Not exactly newsworthy. But then, it started happening every night. Always between 1:30 and 2 a.m. A single cough. Short. Dry. Like someone clearing their throat quietly, politely. Not a hacking fit. Not sick. Just that one tiny sound. The first time I really noticed it, I chalked it up to coincidence. Maybe someone else was in the bathroom. Maybe I was just tired. Sleep-deprived brains make stuff up all the time, right? But I started listening for it, and it always came. I'd step into the stall, sit down, wait, cough. Software from the same spot, right outside my stall door, every time. I started experimenting, going in at different times. 1 a.m., no cough. 2:30, nothing. But hit that 1:45-ish sweet spot, and boom, there it was. I told my roommate, Matt. He laughed. Congrats, you got yourself a ghost with manners. I asked around casually. A couple people shrugged. One guy said he heard weird stuff in the showers sometimes, but no one else mentioned the cough. Until I brought it up to Nate, a senior. He stopped chewing his sandwich mid-bite. Where'd you say you heard it? 3rd floor bathroom, back stall. He stared at me. That's the one near the fire exit, right? Yeah? He swallowed. My freshman year, someone had a seizure in that stall. Middle of the night. No one found him until morning. I blinked. Was he okay? He nodded slowly. Yeah, but he said he kept calling for help, and all he heard was someone coughing outside the door, like they were waiting. Said it happened 3 nights in a row after that. Then it just stopped. Except now it hadn't, because it was happening to me. One night, I brought my phone in, hit record, sat in the stall, waited, cough. When I played it back, there was no sound. None. Just me breathing. Another night, I opened the door immediately after the cough. No one, not even footsteps. And then the dream started. I'd be in the dorm bathroom, except the stalls stretched on forever. A maze. Endless white tiles and dim lights. I'd hear the cough, distant at first, then closer. Then closer. And when I finally found the right stall and opened the door, there was never anyone there. Just a cough echoing behind me again. One night, I didn't go in. 1:45 a.m., I stayed in bed, pulled the blanket over my head, closed my eyes, and I heard it. The cough. Not from the hallway, not from the bathroom, from right outside my dorm room door. I haven't used that stall since, but every night at the same time, I hear it. Cough. Closer now. I don't think it's waiting outside the stall anymore. The folded pajamas. At first, I thought it was just a mistake. I live in a shared house with 3 other people. One of those weird post-college situations where none of us really knew each other at the start. We all have our own rooms, but the kitchen and laundry are communal. So when I woke up one morning and found a pair of folded pajamas at the foot of my bed, I assumed someone had left their stuff in the dryer and accidentally mixed it in with mine. Except, I never put my laundry in that week. And the pajamas? They weren't mine. Too small, too soft, and they smelled like lavender and something older. Not musty, but familiar. Like something I'd smelled before, but couldn't place right away. I brought them into the kitchen, held them up, and asked, "Do these belong to anyone?" Everyone shook their heads. Emma thought they looked vintage. Jake joked that maybe a ghost grandma was doing my laundry. We laughed. I tossed them in the hall closet, figuring someone would claim them eventually. Next morning they were back. Same spot. Same neat fold. On my bed this time, resting gently on top of my blanket. I hadn't locked my door, so I figured maybe someone was screwing with me, trying to be funny. I confronted the house. Okay, who's folding ghost pajamas and putting them on my bed? More shrugs. More laughter. That night, I locked my door. Morning. Pajamas. Folded. At the foot of the bed. And that's when I realized what they looked like. My grandmother had a pair almost exactly like them. Soft pastel pattern, little pink flowers, old-fashioned collar. I hadn't thought about those in years. She died when I was 13, and she used to fold my clothes just like that. Tucked sleeves, single crease down the center. The night after I remembered that, I dreamt of her. She didn't say anything, just stood at the end of my bed, watching me sleep. The pajamas were folded in her hands. I woke up with tears in my eyes. A week passed. Every night I locked my door. Every morning the pajamas returned. No one ever heard anything. No one saw anything. One night, I stayed up. Just lay there in the dark, listening. Around 3:17 a.m., I felt pressure on the edge of the mattress, like someone had gently sat down. Then, the faintest touch on my shoulder. Light. Careful. The way someone might wake a child who'd fallen asleep in the wrong bed. I didn't move. Didn't breathe. Eventually the pressure lifted. The room went still. In the morning, the pajamas were folded beside me. I checked the closet. The original pair was still there. Now there were 2. Next night, 3. Different patterns. All old-fashioned. All just my size. All with the same scent. I stopped asking the others. Stopped locking my door. Now, I just wait. And every morning I wake to find a new pair, folded with care. Sometimes I think I see her in the hallway mirror, just for a second, smiling, like she's proud of me for staying tidy. The voice in the water. I rented a cabin out in Oregon, one of those disconnect from the world type deals. No service, no Wi-Fi, just trees, birds, and a well-stocked bookshelf. I needed it. Life had been a little too loud lately. The place was nice, small but cozy. 1 bedroom, tiny kitchen, wood-burning stove. There was a creek out back you could hear through the windows if you left them cracked. The first 2 days were peaceful. I read, took long naps, made dumb sketches in my journal. Didn't look at my phone once. Then came the 3rd night. I was in the shower, warm water pouring down, when I thought I heard someone say my name. At first I thought I imagined it, just the way water echoes in tile. But then it came again. Come here. Software female. Close. I froze. Pulled back the curtain. No one. Shut off the water. Waited. Nothing. I figured maybe I was tired. The cabin had been dead silent otherwise, probably just my brain filling the quiet. But the next night, it happened again. Same voice, same words. Only this time, she said my name. And it wasn't just anyone's voice. It sounded like someone I knew. Someone who should never have known where I was. I turned off the shower midstream, heart hammering. The voice didn't stop right away. It lingered, just a little longer than it should have. Like it was still trying to echo off the tiles after the water had stopped. I dried off fast, threw on clothes, and checked the cabin. Doors locked, no sign of anything outside. But the creek? It sounded louder, like something was moving through it. Next morning I told myself I imagined it. Sleep deprivation, cabin fever, whatever. But that night, the voice changed. It was no longer soft. It was closer. Firmer. Let me in. That's what it said. I didn't finish showering. Didn't sleep. I lay in bed with a blanket pulled up to my chin, staring at the door to the bathroom. Nothing happened. Until around 3 a.m., when the shower turned on by itself. I didn't move, just listened. Water running. Then the voice. Come here. Clearer this time. No echo, no confusion. It was standing in the bathroom. I waited for the water to stop on its own. It didn't. Eventually I had to get up. I opened the door slowly. Steam poured out. The room was empty. But the mirror. Someone had drawn a handprint in the fog. Not pressed it. Drawn it. 5 streaks, each too thin and too long to be human. I left the next morning. Didn't pack. Just threw my bag in the car and drove until I had signal again. Later, I tried telling someone. A friend. I said, "It sounded like her." She asked, "Who?" I couldn't answer because I didn't know. But whoever she is, she knows my name, and she still wants me to come back. The turning doorknob. I live in a creaky old 2-story house in New Jersey. You know the kind. Drafty windows, uneven floors, stairs that moan when you look at them wrong. But rent's cheap, and I'm used to the noise. What I'm not used to is my front door acting like it has a mind of its own. Every night, I lock the door before bed. I'm obsessive about it. Turn the knob, hear the click, double check. It's a ritual. But a few weeks ago, I started noticing something strange. Each morning, the doorknob seemed different. At first, it was subtle, just turned a little off-center. Not quite the position I'd left it in. I figured maybe it was the old spring in the latch. Then, I started laying down a strip of tape across the top edge of the knob to the door. Just a little marker. Next morning, torn clean. I told myself I must have bumped it. Maybe the wood shifted overnight. Houses settle. But I couldn't let it go. So I got more precise. I laid out a section of newspaper just inside the door, flush against the bottom. Next morning, 1 sheet missing, like it had been pulled underneath. That's when I started staying up. Not all night, just long enough to hear anything. I sat on the couch with a blanket, TV off, lights low. Nothing. No creaks, no footsteps. But when I checked the door in the morning, the knob had moved again. I dusted the knob with flour one night. Just a light coat, barely visible. Next morning there was a smudge. Not just any smudge. 5 thin streaks, like fingers. Not fingerprints. Streaks. As if someone had slowly closed their hand around it, then let go. I took a picture. Then I wiped it clean, dusted again. It kept happening. Some nights I heard a faint metallic click, like tension being released. But whenever I opened the door, no one was there. The porch was empty. The neighborhood quiet. One night, I put a glass of water on the floor behind the door. Next morning, the water was gone. Glass still upright. It's like something was testing. Trying the knob. Not forcing it. Just waiting. I talked to my landlord. He said no one's ever had break-ins, no strange reports, but he did mention, casually, that the last tenant broke their lease early. Didn't say why, just packed up one night and left. Last night I tied a string from the knob to my wrist. I figured if it turned, I'd wake up. I woke up at 3:12 a.m. from the feeling of the string pulling tight. But the door didn't open. The knob turned, then stopped, then turned back, like someone was reconsidering. This morning the newspaper was gone. Not pulled. Gone. No torn edges. Just missing. And written in the flower on the knob were 3 letters. Soon. Tonight I'm sleeping with the lights on. But I don't think that's going to stop it. She cries at midnight. I moved into the apartment on a Thursday. It was the kind of place you didn't find unless you were either desperate, broke, or just really unlucky. For me, it was a little of all three. The building stood at the edge of a tired block in New Jersey, nestled between a boarded-up laundromat and a 24-hour deli that smelled like old grease. The apartment itself, Unit 203, had a leaky faucet, cracked tiles in the bathroom, and a living room window that wouldn't quite shut all the way. But the rent was cheap, and the landlord didn't ask too many questions. I needed that. The first night I heard it, I was lying on the floor. I didn't have a bed yet, half asleep on a borrowed sleeping bag, when I heard the sound through the wall. It was faint, but unmistakable. Someone was crying. Not the kind of sobbing you hear in movies. This was the quiet, steady kind. The kind people make when they think no one can hear them. At first, I thought maybe it was just the plumbing or the building settling. Old buildings make noises after all. But then it happened the next night. And the one after that. Always around midnight. The crying came from the unit next door. 204. I didn't think much of it at first. Everyone has their demons. Maybe she'd had a breakup. Maybe she'd lost someone. I didn't know, and it wasn't my business, but it kept happening. Same time. Same intensity. Every night. I started noticing other things. The sound of footsteps pacing. A door creaking open, then slamming shut. A soft thud, like something being dropped, but I never saw anyone enter or leave 204. I tried asking around. The guy downstairs said he thought a woman lived there, but he'd never seen her. The older woman across the hall just shook her head and muttered, "That place should still be empty." I checked with the building manager, a guy named Carl who lived on the top floor and smelled like garlic and cigarettes. He squinted at me when I asked about 204. "That unit's been vacant for months," he said. "No one's living there." I didn't argue, just nodded and walked away. That night, the crying came back. This time, I sat right by the wall, pressing my ear against the cool plaster. The sobbing sounded closer, more real. I could almost make out words, something like, "I'm sorry," or maybe I didn't know. I don't know why, but I left a small note by the door the next morning. It just said, "Are you okay? If you need anything, I'm in 203. The note was gone when I came back from work. The crying continued. Over the next few nights, I left more things. A chocolate bar. A cheap flower in a plastic cup. Another note. No reply. But every morning, the item would be gone, and the crying would return. Then, one night, I thought I saw something. I was locking my door when I glanced toward 204. The peephole in the door, just a tiny dark circle, seemed different. Like it was darker than usual. I leaned a little closer, squinting. For just a second, I swear, I saw an eye. It blinked. I jumped back so hard I nearly tripped over my own feet. I didn't sleep much that night. The next morning I found my most recent note torn in half and left on my doormat. No message. Just torn. That should have been enough for me to stop, but I didn't. I knocked on the door that evening. No answer. I waited. Nothing. But I could feel something. Like the air was heavier around that doorway. I pressed my ear to the door again. Silence. Then, one soft knock from the other side. I backed away and didn't come out of my apartment until the sun was up. The next day, I tried to forget about it. I didn't leave anything, didn't write a note. But when I came home that evening, there was something on my doormat. A small mirror. It was old, with a cracked handle. Written on the back, in faded red ink, were the words, "Look only once." I didn't know what that meant. I almost threw it away, but instead, I put it in a drawer. That night, I dreamed of a woman with wet hair covering her face, standing in my doorway. She didn't move, didn't speak, just cried. I woke up gasping, drenched in sweat. The mirror was on my pillow. I don't know what's in 204. I don't think I want to know. But every night, right at midnight, she cries. And now, sometimes, I cry with her. The voice behind the wall. At first, I thought it was just a plumbing issue. You live in a cheap apartment long enough, and you learn to blame everything on the pipes. Knocks in the walls? Pipes. Sighing noises at night? Pipes. Whispers that sound eerily like someone saying, "I'm sorry"? Probably pipes. That's what I told myself anyway. I moved into Unit 205 2 months ago. It's right next to 204, the unit that, according to my lease and the building manager Carl, has been empty for over a year. Carl was very clear about that when I signed the papers. 204 has been sealed up since the last tenant left. You won't have any neighbors on that side. Should be nice and quiet. He lied. It started with small things. A light flicker when I walked past the wall. A soft click, like a switch being flipped on the other side. And then came the whispering. Every night, somewhere between midnight and 1 a.m., I would hear it. Faint, just enough to make you question it. A woman's voice, barely above a breath. "I'm sorry." Over and over. I pressed my ear to the wall once. It got louder. "I'm sorry. I didn't know. Please." I pulled away, heart racing. It sounded like someone was standing just inches away. The next day, I told Carl. He just blinked at me. "No one's in 204, he said. "Maybe you're picking up something from the vents. Some units share ductwork." But that didn't make sense. The voice came from the wall, not the vent, and it felt directed at me. I tried to ignore it. I really did. I started sleeping with earbuds in, played white noise, drank wine, before bed. Nothing helped. Then things started showing up in my apartment. Small things at first. A coffee mug I didn't remember buying. A scarf hanging by the door that wasn't mine. A key, similar to mine but slightly worn, sitting on the kitchen counter. I live alone. I thought maybe I was losing it. Stress, maybe. Work had been rough, and I was dealing with some personal stuff, but the feeling didn't go away. The feeling that someone else was in my space, not watching me, living with me. One night, I came home and found the bathroom mirror fogged up, like someone had just stepped out of a hot shower. Except I hadn't used it that morning. I wiped it with a towel and saw a message scrawled in the condensation. "Please remember." I backed out of the room and locked myself in my bedroom for the rest of the night. The final straw was the note. It came through the vent. Just a scrap of paper curled at the edges like it had been there a long time. I had turned the heat up because it was freezing, and the note fluttered out onto the floor. I unfolded it slowly, hands shaking. "Please help me. I'm trapped." That was all it said. The handwriting was mine. I stared at it for a long time. Compared it to my grocery list on the fridge, to the note I'd left myself on the counter. The loops, the slant, the little way I crossed my T's, it was all exactly the same. I didn't know what to do. I wanted to move out, but I couldn't afford it, and part of me needed to know what was going on. So I did something stupid. I taped a note to the wall. It just said, "Who are you?" The next night, there was no whispering, no lights flickering, no new items, nothing. Just silence. I should have been relieved, but it felt worse, like I'd broken some invisible connection. 3 days later, I woke up to find my bedroom rearranged. The bed was pushed to the other wall. My dresser had been moved, drawer slightly open, and on the nightstand was a small photo frame I'd never seen before. It held a picture of me, sleeping. I don't know who took it. I've checked every inch of this apartment for cameras. Called Carl again. He came down, looked around, and told me I was probably sleepwalking. I'm not crazy, I told him. I didn't say you were, he replied. But I could see it in his eyes. That night, I tried something else. I slid my own note through the vent. Tell me what you want. The next morning it was back. My note. Same paper. Same handwriting. But the words were different. To remember. That's all it said. I don't know what it means. But now, when I look in the mirror, I feel like I'm seeing someone else. My reflection doesn't blink when I do. Sometimes it smiles when I'm not. And now the voice says something new. Not just, I'm sorry. It says, you were me. I don't sleep anymore. The Master Key. Mr. McKenna had been the superintendent of the Oakbridge Apartments for nearly 30 years, long enough to know which units had creaky floorboards, which ones never fully heated in the winter, and which tenants paid their rent on time. He also knew which doors were best left shut. Unit 204 had always been one of those doors. It wasn't officially off limits, of course, not on paper. But McKenna had a feeling about certain places, and 204 gave him the same feeling he'd gotten when he found a raccoon's nest in the boiler room. Nervous, unclean, wrong. He hadn't thought about that unit in a while. Not until recently. It started with a new tenant in 203. Young guy, quiet. Name was Tom something. Paid on time, didn't cause trouble. But McKenna noticed a habit. Every night, Tom would stand in front of 204. Just stand there. Sometimes for a minute, sometimes longer. And he wasn't just loitering, he was talking. Not loudly, not enough to make out the words. But McKenna had spent most of his life listening through walls, and he knew what murmuring sounded like. He mentioned it casually when he saw Tom fixing his mailbox. You got friends in 204 or something? Tom blinked. 204? Yeah, you keep hanging around that door. Tom looked confused, almost scared. There's no one in 204. McKenna nodded, didn't push. That night, he watched from the stairwell as Tom stood in front of the unit again. No knocking, just standing. And when Tom turned to go, McKenna saw him glance at the peephole and flinch, like it had looked back at him. The next morning, McKenna went into the basement where the old tenant files were kept. Most of it was paper. Yellowing leases, scribbled maintenance logs, faded Polaroids. He found the one for Unit 204 and pulled it out. 7 years ago, a woman named Hannah Crowley had lived there. The file was thin. A few maintenance tickets, leaky faucet, broken light switch, and then a stapled incident report. That page had a red stamp on it. Resolved, do not disclose. He remembered now. She had jumped from the window. They said it was an accident, but he'd seen the way she paced the halls before. The vacant stare, the whispering, and the stains they could never quite scrub from the carpet. The owners didn't want bad press. They paid for silence. Repainted. Replaced the carpet. Told McKenna to seal the file and keep quiet. So he had. Until now. That night, he sat in his tiny office, staring at the key rack. He still had the master. His hand hovered over it. He told himself he just wanted to check. Make sure the unit was secure. Maybe there was a broken vent causing noises. Nothing more. The hallway was quiet as he walked up. Late. Past midnight. The kind of time when the building itself seemed to breathe. He stood in front of 204. The door looked ordinary. beige paint, brass numbers, slight scuff marks near the bottom. Nothing unusual. He slid the key in. It turned easily. The door creaked as it opened a few inches. The apartment was dark. Still. Then, "Don't!" A voice. Right behind him. He spun, heart thudding. The hallway was empty. He turned back. The door was wide open now. He didn't remember pushing it. He stepped inside. The air was thick. Not musty, exactly. Heavy. Like the room had been holding its breath. The layout was the same as every other unit, but it felt wrong. The angles looked off. The corners too dark. He reached for the light switch. It didn't work. He moved forward slowly, his footsteps muffled. The living room was bare, except for a small table with a single item on it, a broken mirror. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface, distorting his reflection. He walked toward the bedroom. The door was ajar. He pushed it open with one finger. Inside, the bed was made. The sheets were old, but neatly tucked. On the pillow was a note. His name was written on the front. He didn't remember writing it. His hands trembled as he unfolded the paper. "You said you'd never open the door." He dropped the note and backed out of the room. The door slammed shut behind him. He ran. Down the hallway, down the stairs, not stopping until he was back in his office. Heart pounding, chest heaving. The next day, he sealed the key in an envelope and taped it inside the back of the file folder. Then he returned the folder to the cabinet, locked the drawer, and left the basement. He didn't tell anyone what he saw, but that night, Tom stood in front of 204 again. And this time, McKenna noticed something new. The door was open a crack, and someone else was watching from the inside. The letter beneath the floor. Margaret didn't believe in ghosts. She believed in mildew, in black mold, in cheap landlords who cut corners and lied through their teeth. But she didn't believe in ghosts. At least, not until she started cleaning Unit 204. She'd been working part-time at Oakbridge Apartments for 6 months. Nothing fancy, just a few hours in the mornings to help make ends meet. Her job was to vacuum hallways, scrub communal laundry machines, and occasionally clean out old units when tenants moved or died, or simply vanished. Unit 204 had been locked since she started. No one had mentioned it. It didn't even show up on the job list. But then Carl, the building manager, left a note taped to her cleaning cart one morning. "Open 204. Check water damage. Report if floor is soft." She hated when they made her do the inspections. If something caved in, they'd just blame her for stepping wrong. Still, she took the master key, trudged up to the second floor, and unlocked 204. It smelled wet. Not just damp. Wet. The kind of soaked-in moisture you couldn't bleach out. The air was thick and stale, like the room hadn't been touched in years. She held her breath and stepped inside. The floor sagged near the window. The wood looked warped, discolored in a wide patch. She walked carefully, testing each plank. Then she saw something. Just near the edge of the dark spot, a corner of paper was sticking up between 2 floorboards. She crouched, pried the boards apart gently, and pulled it free. It was a small crumpled envelope, damp, smudged, and sealed with something that looked like wax or blood. Her stomach turned. No address, no stamp. Just 2 words scrawled across the front. "Don't forget." She hesitated. Then curiosity won. She opened it. Inside was a single scrap of paper, the ink almost too faded to read. "Please don't forget me. You promised." As soon as she read it, a sharp pain knifed through her head. She gasped and dropped the letter. For a moment, the room spun. And then she saw him. Not in the room. In her mind. A flash of a man's face. Dark eyes. A smile she should have known. The smell of cinnamon and smoke. And her voice. Laughing, arguing, whispering secrets into his shoulder. She stumbled back, heart racing. She didn't recognize the man, but the emotion in the memory was unmistakable. Intimate. Familiar. She'd never been in this apartment before. She was sure of it. And yet, standing here, everything felt right. Back in her own place that night, she searched through old photos. School, work, family reunions, nothing. No sign of him. But that didn't erase the feeling. The certainty that she'd forgotten something. Someone. She started dreaming about him. In the dreams, they lived together in a room with a window that never shut properly. He would kiss her shoulder as he passed, hand her coffee in a chipped mug, whisper, "Don't forget me." She woke in tears. She asked Carl about the previous tenants. "Don't have records that far back," he said, avoiding her eyes. "Place has had a lot of turnover." "Why do you ask?" She didn't answer. But that night, she snuck back into 204. She didn't know what she expected. The letter was gone. But when she stepped inside, the floor no longer felt soft. The air didn't smell quite as wet. It smelled like something else now. Something older. She walked to the bedroom. The walls were bare, but in the corner, tucked behind the door, she found a second envelope. This one wasn't damp. She opened it without hesitation. Inside was a photo. Her, standing beside the man from her dreams, smiling, holding keys. The back read, "First day, Unit 204. Her knees gave out. She sat there on the floor for a long time, staring at the picture, trying to stitch the pieces back together. But the harder she tried to remember, the more everything slipped away. She left the apartment just before dawn, locked the door behind her, but the next morning, the photo was on her nightstand. She never told anyone. A week later, she quit. Said she was moving to Florida. Left no forwarding address. Carl tried to check 204 after she left, but when he put in the key, the lock wouldn't turn. He called a locksmith. The guy tried every trick in the book. No luck. From inside the unit, someone had bolted it shut, and no one was supposed to be in there. Delivery to the dead. Marcus didn't believe in ghosts. Still doesn't, really. But Unit 204 made him question things. He'd been doing package delivery in the area for almost a year, navigating bad weather, worse traffic, and buildings that smelled like old soup. Oak Bridge Apartments was one of his regular stops. Mostly quiet. Weird layout, but manageable. Except for 204, it started with a single delivery. Small box, no return address. Label just read, Unit 204. Marcus walked up to the third floor and knocked. No answer. He left it at the door, scanned it, and moved on. The next day, he noticed the same thing. Another package for 204. Same handwriting. Same lack of sender info. He asked the front desk manager, an old guy with a limp named Carl, if the tenant ever picked up their stuff. Carl frowned. 204's been vacant. Hasn't had a tenant since 2018. Marcus laughed. Then someone's ordering a lot of Amazon to a ghost. Carl didn't laugh. He just said, just leave the package. So Marcus did. Again and again. Every time he delivered, the previous package was gone. The hallway camera didn't show anyone taking it. In fact, some nights the footage skipped. Just a little gap. 2, maybe 3 minutes missing. He didn't think too hard about it until he saw her. It was late. Rainy. He was coming down the stairs after delivery when he saw a woman rounding the second floor landing. Thin, pale, wearing a green sweater. Her hair was damp. She looked up at him, and her eyes locked onto his. She didn't say a word. By the time he blinked, she was gone. He told himself maybe she was a tenant, but when he checked the directory later, there was no one listed who fit her description. Something about her face felt familiar, so he did a little digging. Old incident reports, building archives, an internet search. That's how he found her. Emily Reyes, tenant of Unit 204, died in 2018. Accidental overdose, according to the report. No known family. Body found 3 days after the neighbors complained about the smell. There was a photo attached. It was her, the woman on the stairs. He tried to shake it off. Coincidence, maybe. His mind playing tricks. Old buildings do that. But the next time he delivered to 204, things got stranger. The scanner refused to beep. Just glitched. The timestamp wouldn't lock in. He finally forced it through and left the box. When he returned to the depot that night, the delivery log already showed the package as delivered, with his signature. Marcus hadn't signed anything. The handwriting wasn't his, but it looked close, like someone was mimicking it. Then came the camera footage. Out of curiosity or paranoia, he asked the building's night shift guy if he could peek at the third-floor hallway footage from earlier that day. It showed Marcus, all right, only it wasn't from the time he was there. The footage had a timestamp from 2:14 p.m. He'd made the delivery at 6:47 p.m. In the footage, he stood outside Unit 204, holding a box. But he didn't move. He just stared at the door for almost 2 full minutes. Then the door opened a crack, and the video glitched. When it resumed, he was gone. Marcus went home early that night. He didn't sleep. In the morning, there was a box on his doorstep. No label, no return address, just his name. Inside was a green sweater. He hasn't delivered to Oak Bridge since. But sometimes he dreams he's standing in that hallway again, always holding something he can't quite let go of. And the door to 204 is always just starting to open. The man at 3 a.m., Jared had installed a lot of security cameras in his time, but Oak Bridge Apartments made him uneasy the moment he stepped inside. He told himself it was just the smell. Old wood, mildew, cheap disinfectant, the kind of place that never aired out properly. Still, something about the building tugged at him, like deja vu with teeth. The job was simple. Upgrade the aging analog cameras to a digital system, install some motion-sensing units in the stairwells, and connect it all to a remote access hub in the main office. Easy pay. It was Carl, the building manager, who made the first offhand comment. "Make sure the third floor's covered," he said, handing Jared a scratched-up keycard. "We get weirdness up there." Jared raised an eyebrow. "Weird how?" Carl shrugged. "Just weird. You'll see." He did. The cameras were all up by the end of the week. Jared ran a few test recordings, checked feeds from his laptop, adjusted angles. Everything looked fine, until he reviewed the motion logs. Every night, exactly 3 a.m., a motion alert triggered on the west stairwell. At first, Jared figured it was a glitch, but when he pulled the footage, he saw the man. Tall, hooded, silent, moving slowly, one step at a time, always the same, every night, same time. The man would enter the building through the side entrance, walk down the first floor hall, then disappear when he reached the stairs. But each night, he got a little closer. Jared checked the timestamps. The figure was always there for 2 minutes and 38 seconds. Never more, never less. Like clockwork. After a week, the man was halfway up the stairs. Jared paused the video, zoomed in. The face was obscured, but the posture, the shoulders, they looked familiar. He ran the footage through a comparison tool. Nothing conclusive, but the system flagged a 91% match with a file photo in the system. Marcus, the delivery guy. Jared knew Marcus. Not well, but enough to recognize the way he walked. Still, there was something off. He decided to dig deeper. He pulled older footage from the archived analog tapes Carl had kept in a drawer. Dusty boxes of unlabeled VHS and DVD-Rs. He spent hours combing through them. That's when he found the tape. Date: March 17th, 2019. Third floor hallway. Unit 204. The camera angle was grainy, but clear enough. A man exits the apartment at 3 a.m. He pauses in the hallway, looks both ways, then stares directly at the camera. It was Jared. He froze. He didn't remember ever living in Oakbridge. He'd been in the area around that time, sure. Working contract jobs, drifting a bit. But he had no memory of this building. No lease. No documents. He checked public housing records, found a listing for a J. Brenner registered at Unit 204, Oakbridge Apartments, March to May 2019. His full name, his birth date, his signature on the lease. He didn't know what to believe. He called his sister that night. "Hey," he said, trying to sound casual. "Did I ever live at a place called Oakbridge?" A pause. "Didn't you fall or something there? Hit your head? You told me not to bring it up again." "I what?" "I don't know, Jared. You were weird after that. Real quiet. Said you didn't remember much. That's all I know." The next night, he stayed late in the building's maintenance office. He rewound the 3 a.m. footage again. The man had reached the top of the stairs now. He turned toward the hallway, toward 204. He paused outside the door, looked at the camera, and smiled. Jared slammed the laptop shut. When he opened it again, the live feed was still rolling. The hallway was empty. He exhaled. Then his phone buzzed. One new text message. "You're home now." He stared at the screen. When he looked back at the feed, the door to Unit 204 was ajar. He doesn't remember walking there, but he's in the footage now, standing in front of the door, at 3 a.m. every night. The elevator that wouldn't stop. Lena hadn't heard from her sister in over a week. Emily wasn't the clingy type, but she always replied. Always sent dumb memes or a quick "I'm alive" text every couple of days. But now, nothing. No calls, no replies, no posts. So Lena drove 3 hours back to Oakbridge Apartments, where Emily had been living for the past year. The building was just as she remembered it. Dingy, crooked, and too quiet. She buzzed the front door. No answer. Carl, the manager, eventually opened it. He looked surprised. "Didn't know she had family," he said. "She's not answering. I just want to check on her." Carl scratched his neck. "Haven't seen her. Might not be home. You can go up." The lobby was colder than it should have been. The lights flickered just enough to feel deliberate. Lena pressed the button for the elevator and waited. When the doors opened, the car was empty. She stepped in, turned to the panel, and pressed 3. Nothing happened. The elevator didn't move. The lights above the buttons didn't blink. Then, with a mechanical groan, the doors slid shut, and the elevator began to ascend. She didn't touch anything. The floor display blinked from 1 to 2. The elevator stopped. The doors opened. Standing in the hallway was a man in a maintenance uniform. He looked at her, straight-faced, like he'd been waiting. He didn't speak, didn't move. The doors closed. Floor 3. The doors opened again. This time, a woman in a green sweater stood there. Wet hair, bare feet. She tilted her head, watching Lena with a strange smile. The doors closed. Lena's heart pounded. She reached for the buttons again. None lit up. None responded. The elevator moved. Floor 4. A child this time, holding a stuffed bear, eyes hollow. He waved slowly. The doors shut. Lena backed into the corner of the car, gripping the handrail. The air felt thicker now, warmer. She could feel sweat forming under her collar. Floor 5. No one. But a voice whispered her name. Lena. She hit every button on the panel. Nothing worked. She slammed her palm against the emergency stop. Dead. The elevator moved again. There was no 6th floor, but the display read 6. The car slowed, stopped. The doors opened. It wasn't a hallway. It was an apartment. Unit 204. The layout was unmistakable. Lena had seen it once before when she helped Emily move in. But the lighting was dimmer, distorted, like a filter over reality. She stepped out, unable to stop herself. The elevator vanished behind her. Inside, everything was too clean. No dust, no clutter. Just a single key on the kitchen counter. She picked it up. It was old. Familiar. She reached into her coat pocket and froze. There was already a key there. Same weight, same ridges, same cold metal. She pulled it out. They matched exactly. She'd had the key before she arrived. The hallway lights flickered. From the bedroom she heard movement. Software careful. She walked down the hall, calling Emily's name. No answer. The door creaked open. The bed was made, and sitting in the chair by the window was Emily. Except it wasn't. The shape was right. The hair. The clothes. But when it turned to look at her, the face was Lena's. It smiled, and the elevator behind her dinged open once more. Empty. Ready to go back down. She didn't remember pressing the button, but she stepped inside, and the doors closed, descending, alone, with the wrong key still in her pocket. The Lost and Found. Glenn had worked the overnight shift at the transit station for 6 years. It wasn't a glamorous job, but it suited him. Quiet mostly. A few late trains, the occasional stranded traveler. Lost items, found items. Routine. But the phone was different. He found it sitting upright on the bench, just outside the northbound platform. No case. No scratches. Just a plain black phone. The screen dark, as if it had just been set down moments before. He picked it up, checked for ID. Nothing. No wallpaper, no lock screen message. When he pressed the power button, it came on instantly. Only one app icon showed on the screen. A basic media player and one audio file. Out of habit, he hit play. A flat, synthetic voice began to repeat, "Next stop, 204. Next stop, 204. Get off or stay forever." It looped. Next stop, 204. Next stop, 204. Get off or stay forever. Glenn frowned. Weird prank, maybe? He glanced around. No one nearby. He brought it to the Lost and found office and logged it like usual. That night, he mentioned it to Cynthia, the only other staffer on duty. She laughed. Creepy. Maybe it's some viral marketing thing. The next day, Cynthia didn't show up. No call, no text. Just gone. Her phone rang endlessly. No voicemail. No word from her family. Glenn didn't make the connection. Not yet. 2 nights later, Tom from maintenance went missing. The station cameras caught him walking into the lost and found room. Then, nothing. He never came out. Glenn checked the room himself. Empty. The phone was still there. Still powered on. Still looping. Next stop, 204. Get off, or stay forever. He tried deleting the file. Wouldn't work. He tried restarting the phone. The file remained. He tried turning off the power. The phone stayed on. Now he was unsettled. He locked the phone in a drawer and left it. But the next night, the phone was back on the bench. Upright. Waiting. This time there were 2 files. The original and a new one titled Glenn. He stared at the screen for a long time before pressing play. It was the same voice, but this time it said, "Next stop, 204. For Glenn. Arrival, 3 a.m. tomorrow." He dropped the phone. It landed screen up, still glowing. He called the transit police. They took it away. Said it was probably just a prank. But that night, his apartment clock blinked 3 a.m., and his phone buzzed. One new message: "You missed your stop." And when he checked his hallway camera, he'd installed one after a break-in months ago, it showed him opening his own front door at 2:59 a.m. He was asleep in bed. Or so he thought. Now the station has a new overnight guy. The phone still shows up. Sometimes in the lockers, sometimes on the benches, still powered on, still waiting for someone to listen. The Wrong Diary. Kelly loved thrift stores. Old books, vintage sweaters, forgotten photo frames. It all felt like treasure hunting. She found the paperback on a rainy Wednesday, wedged between 2 dog-eared cookbooks. A cheap horror novel with a ripped cover and yellowed pages. She wasn't expecting anything special, just something to read over coffee. At home, curled up on the couch, she flipped through the pages. About halfway through, something slipped out. A notebook, thin and soft, hand-stitched down the middle. It wasn't part of the book. Someone had hidden it inside. The cover was blank. The first few pages were scrawled in tight cursive. A journal. She started reading. At first, the entries were vague, bits of reflection, mundane observations. Then they got more specific. Woke up at 6:32 again. Checked the kettle even though I didn't turn it on. Dreamt of the hallway again. Stopped for coffee. Barista with the chipped tooth wasn't there. The new one doesn't smile. The man on the 3rd floor stared too long. Don't take the elevator tomorrow. Kelly frowned. That was her schedule. Her habits. Her apartment had a hallway that showed up in her dreams sometimes. The barista with the chipped tooth worked at the cafe near her building. And she always took the elevator. She flipped to the last written page. It was dated next week. When you unlock the door to 204, don't forget to look behind you. She snapped the journal shut. 204. She lived in 307. Still, the entry rattled her. She tossed the journal aside and tried to distract herself with TV. It didn't help. The words looped in her head. Unlock the door to 204. Look behind you. That night, just past midnight, she heard a soft clink at her apartment door. She waited, listened. Nothing. She opened the door cautiously. The hallway was empty, but on the floor was a key. Old. Brass. slightly tarnished, attached to a plastic tag, 204. She stared at it for a long time before picking it up. The next day, she returned to the thrift store. The cashier didn't remember the book, said it must have come in from a bulk donation. Kelly asked if they kept records, names, phone numbers. They didn't. That night, she read the journal again, this time from the beginning. The handwriting started to look familiar. A certain way the G's looped. The tiny slashes through the sevens. It looked like hers. The next entry wasn't there before. You're almost ready. Just one more dream. She didn't sleep. But somehow, she woke up with the key in her hand. No memory of how it got there. And now she sees it on her building's directory, right between units 203 and 205. 204. She swears it wasn't there yesterday. She's standing outside it now. The key fits. She unlocks the door, and just before she steps inside, some final instinct makes her turn around. No one's there, but the journal is back in her hand, open to a fresh page. Good job. Now close the door, and don't come back out. The one who sees. You've read the stories. Tom, Emily, McKenna, Margaret, Marcus, Jared, Lena, Glenn, Kelly, all of them, threads in a single pattern. And me? I'm the one who weaves them. You think these are just stories. You're not alone. Most do. They read them late at night, with the lights dimmed, headphones in, chasing a little thrill before bed. But you kept going. And now you're here. Let's begin with a truth. Every door in this building has a lock, but not all of them need a key. Some open with memory. Some open when you forget. Unit 204 is both. You've never lived here, not really. But somehow you recognize the layout, the smell of the carpet, the way the light never quite reaches the back corner of the living room. You've seen it, haven't you? In a dream. In the reflection of a window that shouldn't have shown it. You've stood in the elevator that doesn't stop. You've turned the key you never remember picking up. And each time, something changes. A detail out of place. A missing tooth in a familiar smile. A hallway that's 1 foot longer than it was yesterday. They never notice. The tenants, not until it's too late. Emily forgot her name before she left the stairwell. Jared found himself in footage he never shot. Kelly rewrote her life, 1 page at a time, thinking she was the one holding the pen. They all think they're real. They're not. They're echoes, soft impressions, rewritten, reshaped, folded into the fabric of this place. Into me. I don't have a name you'd understand, but you know me. You felt the cold spot in your kitchen when no window was open. You've heard the creak of a floorboard in an empty room. You've said things you didn't remember thinking first. I see through you. I remember you before you remembered yourself. I live in the pause between heartbeats, when you wake up and aren't sure who you are. And now, I'm in your hands. Yes, yours. Because as you read this, a small part of you begins to wonder if it's all just coincidence. But your eyes linger. You scroll slower now. You notice a smell. A little damp. Like something left in a basement too long. You hear the air vent behind you hum to life. Or maybe it never stopped. You check the time. It's later than it should be. And there, just out of sight, is the door you swore wasn't there yesterday. There's a key in your pocket. I didn't put it there. Not exactly. You did when you kept reading, when you ignored the signs, when you stopped questioning the odd turns of phrase, the repeating names, the fact that the building never had more than 9 tenants. Until now. Now there are 10, and you're the 10th. Go ahead. Check the tag on your key. 131. Don't worry, I've been waiting for your story to begin. The missing Winter family. Every winter, like clockwork, the Nystroms would return. A couple in their 60s, mild, polite, and a bit too quiet. They'd show up around early December in their beat-up gray station wagon, unload what looked like an unreasonable number of canned goods, and settle into the old greenhouse, just outside Brunswick. The house sat close to the tree line, far enough from the village center to seem isolated, but not so far anyone thought twice about it. Nobody knew where they went during the rest of the year. That wasn't unusual around here. Lots of people moved seasonally, and no one in Brunswick was nosy enough to care. But this year was different. By late January, someone noticed the snow in the Nystrom's driveway hadn't been disturbed. No tire tracks, no footprints, just a clean white sheet. Eric, one of the younger guys at the municipal office, mid-30s, 2 kids, terrible at remembering birthdays, was the first to mention it. He'd been tasked with updating the winter census and thought it strange their house hadn't submitted a meter reading. Maybe they went south this year, his supervisor had said. But something felt off. Eric couldn't explain why. Maybe it was how the power company insisted the house was still drawing electricity, or how the water records showed someone had taken a 12-minute shower last Tuesday. So Eric grabbed the file, drove out there one cold afternoon, and parked his car at the bottom of the hill. The trees were brittle with frost. His boots crunched with every step. No smoke from the chimney, no lights inside, but also no damage. No signs of break-ins, no graffiti. Just silence. He knocked, waited, knocked again. Nothing. He walked around the house, peering through the frosted windows. The living room looked normal. A couch, a lamp, one of those ugly Swedish rugs that all the old houses had. But no movement. He cupped his hands to the glass, squinted. The table was set for 2. Plates, utensils, even a folded napkin. And in the center, a newspaper. He couldn't make out the date. That's when he felt the buzz in his pocket. An email notification. It was from the Brunswick municipal system. Subject: urgent. Missing staff. He frowned, opened the message. There was his name, his photo. Missing since yesterday. His hands went cold. Colder than the wind. He took a step back from the window. The snow beneath him didn't crunch. He looked down. No footprints. Not his. Not anyone's. It was like he hadn't walked there at all. He ran to the car, locked the doors, sat in the driver's seat, breathing hard. The engine wouldn't start. The keys felt heavier than they should have. He checked his phone again. No signal, no Wi-Fi, just the email staring back at him. When he looked back at the house, the porch light was on, and 2 figures stood inside, watching. They didn't move. They didn't wave. They were just there. Now tell me this. If you drove past a house like that tomorrow, out in the woods, with no tracks in the snow, would you stop? The neighbor in the woods. I moved into the cabin on a Monday. It was one of those places you find on accident. An old log house tucked into a hill in the Norwegian woods. Just far enough from civilization to be charming. Just close enough to town that people wouldn't think I'd lost my mind. The first few nights were peaceful. Cold. Sure, but peaceful. I was there to finish a manuscript. I told myself the isolation would help. No Wi-Fi, no cell signal, just wood smoke and silence. It was the 4th night when I first saw them. A face. Not outside, not peering in. Just there, on the other side of the window, not 6 feet from where I was sitting by the fire. Pale, maybe male, maybe not. Just standing in the snow, eyes level with mine. I froze. Not metaphorically, my actual breath stopped. Then I did what any rational person would do. I blinked, shook my head, told myself it was a trick of the light. I even stood and walked to the window, nose almost pressed to the glass. No one there. I laughed, a little too loud. Felt silly. Maybe I needed more sleep. That night, I locked the door with a little more urgency, pulled the curtains. The next morning, there were footprints, not boot prints. Bare feet. Human. From the tree line to the porch, right up to my front door. I didn't open it, not for a while. Eventually, curiosity got the better of me. I stepped outside, breath curling in the air, and stared at the tracks. They weren't deep. Whoever made them had been light, or fast. I took pictures, sent them to a friend the next time I was in town. He said it was probably a prank, or an animal. He wasn't sure. Moose don't have toes, I texted back. He didn't reply. That night, I heard it. Footsteps, slow, deliberate, crunching in the snow, one after another, all the way up to my door. And then, nothing. No knock, no attempt to enter. Just silence. The next morning, something was leaning against the door. It was a figure, human-shaped, woven from branches and twine, about 4 feet tall. Its arms dangled strangely, like it had shoulders but no bones, no face, but the twigs twisted at the top into a kind of head. I stared at it for a long time. Then I burned it. I didn't sleep well after that. Every creak in the cabin made me jump. I kept the fire going through the night. I moved a chair against the door, and yet, every morning, there'd be a new figure. Sometimes smaller. Sometimes with little things braided into the arms. Pine cones, bird feathers, what looked like a strip of cloth once. I called the local police. They drove out, shrugged, and said the same thing my friend did. Probably kids, one officer said, not bothering to step out of the car. Or wildlife, said the other. I asked if they'd seen any footprints. They looked at each other, then said no. But I had, every morning. On the 8th night, I stayed up. I sat by the fire with the lights off, curtains open. At 2:43 a.m., I saw them again. Not just the face, this time, the whole figure. Standing at the edge of the trees, watching, waiting. I didn't move. Neither did they. Then they raised an arm, waved, and slowly walked away. That morning, no figure on the porch, just a single pine cone, hollowed out. Inside was a note written in smudged pencil. You moved in. We're neighbors now. I never responded. I didn't have to. The next night, there were 2 figures in the snow. How many neighbors do you think a person can have if there aren't any houses around? The abandoned post office. They say if you look at old enough maps, you'll find towns that don't exist anymore. Places swallowed by time, nature, or simply forgotten. That's how I found Palkinen. No one I asked had heard of it. Not on message boards, not on travel sites, not even among the Finnish locals I reached out to online. But there it was, barely legible on a scanned 1924 rail map. Palkinen, marked with a postal symbol. I wasn't sure what I was looking for exactly. Maybe a collapsed shed, maybe nothing. But as someone with an unhealthy obsession with post offices, don't laugh, I had to check it out. It took me 3 trains, a rental car, and a mile of hiking through melting snow and tree roots to get there. And when I finally did, it was standing. A single-story wooden building, dark brown from years of weather with a faded red stripe, still visible around the window frame. The door creaked when I pushed it open, and inside smelled like wet paper and old pine. It shouldn't have existed, but it did. The floor was covered in stacks of letters. Hundreds, no, thousands of envelopes, some tied with string, others scattered like leaves. None had stamps, none had addresses, not even names. I picked one up. The paper was dry, brittle at the edges, but unopened. Curiosity beat caution. I slid my finger under the flap. Inside was a folded page. The handwriting was sharp, fast, nervous. I unfolded it and stopped breathing for a second. It read, March 18th, 2025. I don't know who's reading this. Maybe it's no one. Maybe it's you. This morning I ate the last piece of rye bread and tried not to think about what comes next. My hands are shaking as I write. I think they're getting closer. My stomach turned cold. I turned the letter over, looking for anything to explain it. A return address, a name, a signature. Nothing. I picked up another letter. Same thing. And another. And another. All handwritten, all anxious, none signed. Then I found one that was different. It was a smaller envelope, off-white, tucked neatly between two stacks. And this one had a name written on it. My name. Not a common name. Not something you guess. I stared at it for a long time before I opened it. Inside was a piece of paper with exactly 3 lines. Stop reading. Go home. You still have time. My heart was racing. I laughed. Out loud. Too loud. But it didn't feel real. I looked around the room. Nothing moved. No sound except the creaking of the roof. And yet, I folded the letter, put it in my coat pocket, and left. Didn't bother to close the door. I trudged through the trees, back to the car, back to the rental agency, back to my little apartment. That was 2 weeks ago, and this morning I found another envelope on my doormat. No return address. Inside was a copy of today's journal entry, the one I'd written an hour earlier. Tell me, do you think letters can be sent backwards? The tunnel echo. We were somewhere in the Icelandic highlands, the kind of nowhere that makes your phone a paperweight. Our rental car, a compact white hatchback we nicknamed Puffin, had taken us across lava fields and moss-covered valleys, and now it was about to take us through a mountain tunnel that wasn't on our map. I swear it wasn't here last time, Jamie said, squinting at the GPS, which was showing nothing but gray. Well, it's either this or backtrack 80 kilometers, I replied, trying to sound confident. Truth was, something about the entrance unsettled me. It wasn't the lack of signage or the way the asphalt seemed unnaturally smooth. It was the darkness, not black, not pitch, just wrong, like staring into a mouth. So of course, we drove in. Inside, our headlights barely seemed to touch the walls. There were no reflectors, no lights, just tunnel. 10 seconds in, Jamie turned off the radio. Did you hear that? Hear what? A voice, like whispering. I laughed, nervously. It's probably the air vents or something. There are no vents. We kept going. The speedometer said 50 kilometers per hour, but it felt like we were crawling. Jamie held the GPS like it might change its mind and show us something. I gripped the wheel harder than I needed to. That's when it spoke. A whisper, not from outside the car, but from inside. Turn around. We both heard it. I slammed the brakes. Did you? Yeah, Jamie whispered. I heard it too. We sat there unmoving, the engine ticking. Should we turn back? I asked. Jamie looked ahead. We're probably halfway. Just Keep going. So we did. Another minute passed in silence. Then the exit appeared. Daylight. I let out a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. We emerged, blinking. The road was empty, flanked by snowbanks and silence. And then Jamie gasped. There, on the shoulder, was our car. White hatchback. Same license plate. Same dent in the front bumper from Reykjavik. But we were still inside our car. What the hell? I muttered, pulling over behind it. We got out. Slowly. Approached it like it might explode. The windows were fogged. Jamie wiped one with her sleeve. Inside, 2 people. Us. Same clothes, same expressions. Frozen in place. Eyes wide, mouths open like they'd been mid-scream. I staggered back. Jamie clutched my arm. Get in. We're leaving. I didn't argue. We drove. Fast. Didn't talk until the mountains were gone behind us. We pulled into a gas station an hour later, hands still shaking. The attendant asked if we were okay. We lied. On our way back to Reykjavik 2 days later, we told ourselves we'd take a different route. But the GPS insisted the tunnel was the only option. When we got there, we stopped at the entrance. Just to see. Another car pulled up behind us. A couple. They looked tired, confused. The man rolled down his window. Is this the only road through? Jamie nodded. Yeah. Just watch for your car on the other side. He blinked. Our car? She shrugged. You'll see. They drove in. We waited 5 minutes, then turned around. Tell me, what would you have done? The man in the snow, every year like clockwork, there he was. Ski season in Ore wasn't what it used to be. The tourists still came, sure, but the locals had started to notice the shifts. Warmer winters, fewer snow days, more complaints about the powder. But one thing stayed constant. The man in white. I first saw him when I was 11. My mom worked the lift line, and I'd hang out at the edge of the slope after school. Everyone knew him, or rather, knew of him. White snowsuit, reflective goggles, a neck gaiter pulled so high you couldn't even tell if he had a mouth. No one had ever seen him take off the gear. Ever. He didn't talk, didn't nod, just skied. Only downhill. No one ever saw him take the lift. You'd spot him at the top of the run, and 5 minutes later, he'd be halfway down. No sound, no whoosh of skis cutting snow. Just there. Then gone. I asked my mom about him. She gave a shrug. He's harmless. Bit weird, maybe. But harmless. I wasn't so sure. Last winter, my cousin Lucas and I decided to follow him. Lucas had this old GoPro and wanted to make a video. Might go viral, he said. I just wanted to know what happened when he reached the bottom of the slope. We waited. 4:12 p.m., like always, the man appeared at the top. Lucas had timed him the year before. He'd start his descent between 4:10 and 4:15, like some ritual. He moved slow, deliberate, almost like he was gliding instead of skiing. Lucas and I stayed behind a tree line, careful not to crunch the snow. He vanished into the trees at the base. We followed. There was no trail, just unbroken snow. Maybe he cut across to the other run, Lucas whispered. I shook my head. Look. Ahead of us, in the middle of the clearing, stood the man. Only he wasn't moving. Wasn't even standing, not really. His suit stood upright, filled out. But no one was inside. I swear to you, there was no head in the hood, no hands in the gloves. Just the suit, like someone had filled it with snow and molded it into shape. Except it was warm, steaming. Lucas held up his camera. It fogged up. Then the suit collapsed. Just folded in on itself. Pants first, then arms, then the hood, like a balloon letting out its last breath. We ran. Neither of us looked back. When we got home, the footage was gone. Lucas checked the memory card over and over. Blank. The next morning, I opened the front door to grab the paper. His suit was there, neatly folded. Boots stacked beside it. A pair of goggles perched on top. And a note. Just one line, written in black marker on the back of a lift ticket. Try it on. I didn't, but someone did. Because the next afternoon, at exactly 4:12 p.m., there he was again. Would you have tried it on? The woman who watches. They told me the job would be simple. 6 cameras, one night. Just mount them, run a quick test, upload the feed to the system, and you're done. Campus housing was dead quiet by the time I arrived. Students were on break, apparently. Empty dorms, empty halls. Just me, a couple of drills, some screw anchors, and a laptop full of firmware updates. The dorm was older than I expected. Red brick, creaky steps, weird insulation. The kind of building that smells faintly of boiled cabbage no matter the season. I set up shop just past the lobby, where the lights were already flickering in that horror movie kind of way. Funny, but only a little. The first 3 cameras went up without a hitch. Standard placements, one facing the elevator, one in the common room, and one outside the back door. The 4th, I mounted near the stairwell. Tight corner, but it had good coverage. The 5th and 6th were positioned on the 3rd floor hallway and the basement laundry room. By midnight, I was back at the control station. Test feed looked good. Slight lag, but clear enough. Except, camera 4 showed a woman. She was standing right in front of it, pale face, long dark hair, wearing what looked like a nightgown, or something outdated. Maybe a costume. But the way she was staring into the lens, unnerving. Like she wasn't seeing the camera, she was seeing me. I thought maybe I'd walked past a resident, or a prank. Some kids leave mannequins around for fun. I scrubbed the video back 10 minutes. Nothing. One frame she wasn't there. The next she was. I blinked. Saved the clip. Went up to the 4th floor. No one. I checked the hallway. All quiet. No creaking. No whispering. Just old dorm silence. Back at the laptop, I reviewed the other camera feeds. Nothing odd. Camera 4, though, still glitching. I rebooted the system. Restarted the stream. And she was gone. Relief? Not really. Just more confusion. I packed up and headed home around 2:30 a.m. By morning, there were 6 photos on my phone. Not ones I'd taken. 6 still images. All time-stamped between 3 a.m. and 3 a.m. All showing me, standing beside the woman in the nightgown, in the stairwell, in the laundry room, outside by the back door. I dropped the phone. Thought maybe someone hacked it. Maybe the camera rig had Bluetooth access. Maybe I left it open. But my laptop showed the footage had been overwritten. The 3 a.m. slot? Gone. Automatically deleted. No backup. No error log. I emailed the footage I did have to a friend who does digital forensics. He called me an hour later. Where was this taken? University housing? Old dorm? Why? Because the woman in frame 4? She's been dead since 1986. Apparently, there was a gas leak. She never made it out. I laughed. Not because it was funny. Because that's what you do when the floor starts shaking beneath your worldview. I didn't go back to uninstall the cameras. They offered me double pay. Triple. I said no. Then last week, I got a text from a number I didn't recognize. Just one image. Camera 4. And in the feed, I'm standing in front of the lens again, smiling. But I haven't been back. So who's watching from the other side this time? And more importantly, who's holding the camera? The Undying in the Ice. They found the first body on a Monday, just before noon, about 500 meters from the glacier trailhead. He was half buried in the snow, one arm outstretched like he'd been reaching for something that wasn't there. Old gear, canvas jacket, rusted buckles, cracked leather boots that looked like museum pieces. No ID, no phone, no modern anything. Just a notebook in the chest pocket, soaked through. The 2 hikers who found him, a couple from the city, took photos, marked the coordinates, and hiked back down to notify the local rescue team. They didn't touch the body. Said they felt weird about it. One of them swore he heard a voice say, "Don't wake him." By the time rescue got there, the light was fading. The body was still there, same position, same eerie stillness. He looked frozen. Yes, but not like a corpse. More like someone caught in a deep sleep. They took him to the local morgue. That night, a call came in from another team. Different part of the trail. Another body. Same clothing. Same face. Same man. But this second one had no frostbite. His body was warm. He hadn't been dead long. Maybe 12, 14 hours tops. Just like the other. Both bodies were laid out in the same room. A small, cramped facility in a nearby town, only used in the winter months. The coroner was baffled. Said it was like looking at the same man twice, at 2 different points in a single day. The first one showed signs of long exposure, frost inside the lungs, crystallized tissue. The second one had none of that. Neither had fingerprints on file. Dental records led nowhere. But the stranger part was what came next. The next morning, both bodies were gone. No signs of forced entry. Just melted snow on the floor, like something wet had walked out. The notebook from the jacket, also gone. Local legend, as it turns out, speaks of something called the Undying. Old myth from the Sami people. They say those who die, lost in the ice, don't move on. Not until someone finds them. Not until someone sees them. And if more than one person sees them, then they start to multiply. The couple who found the first one never came back to town. Locals say they kept hiking, vanished up north somewhere, maybe still walking. A week later, a hiker posted a photo online, an untagged image in a private mountaineering group. It showed a figure in antique gear, standing alone near a glacier, one arm raised as if waving. Comments were turned off. You ever wonder what would happen if you waved back? The talking bedroom. It started with whispers, not the eerie kind that sends a chill down your spine, but quiet, almost conversational murmurs, like someone was talking on the phone in the next room. But the only people in the house were Ingrid and her husband, Lars, and neither of them used a phone past 10 p.m. "Do you hear that?" Ingrid had asked one night, sitting up in bed, head tilted. Lars grunted, already halfway to sleep. "It's probably the pipes." But it wasn't the pipes. Ingrid knew the voice of her daughter. Every mother does. And that was the first time she heard Emma's voice, since the girl had vanished 10 years ago. It didn't make sense. Emma had run away. At least, that's what the police said. No signs of foul play, just an empty bedroom and a note that read, "I need to figure things out." Lars burned the note the same day, said it was better to let it go. But now, the voice was back. And it wasn't alone. Each night, Ingrid left her phone recording. Not with any real expectations, just to prove to herself she wasn't crazy. The first recording was mostly silence, then a crackle. Then, "I don't like it here," said a young girl's voice. "It's too cold." "We can't leave yet," replied a second voice, older, female. Lars said it was a prank. He even reset the Wi-Fi router, changed passwords, checked for hidden speakers. But every night, the voices returned, a little clearer each time. "They can't hear us yet," said the older voice. "But soon." On the fifth night, the voice, Emma's voice, said, "Tell them to check the basement." That got Lars's attention. The basement hadn't been used in years. They stored potatoes and old tools down there. The fuse box, cobwebs. That's it. Or so they thought. They moved aside a shelf and found a door they didn't recognize. Behind it was a narrow staircase leading to a root cellar no one remembered digging. The air was musty, the kind that clings to your lungs. At the end of the room was a stone wall. Nothing unusual, until Lars tapped it. Hollow. It took them hours, but they cleared the bricks, layer by layer. Behind them was a small space, just big enough for a bed. Child-sized, with a mattress, a blanket, and a doll Emma had loved. Ingrid dropped to her knees. She ran her fingers across the fabric, now brittle with time. "Why would she be down here?" Lars whispered, but his voice trembled. They called the police. The officers took statements, photos, samples, promised to investigate. But that night, the voices didn't come. Instead, Ingrid dreamed. She was standing in the basement, but it was warm, lit by a soft glow. Emma sat on the bed, legs swinging, holding the doll. She smiled. "I'm okay now, Mom. You found me." Ingrid woke up crying. But the next morning, Lars' phone had a new photo in the gallery. It showed the root cellar, freshly cleaned, with two figures in it, a woman and a girl, sitting side by side. Neither one looked like Ingrid. So, tell me, if a house wants to talk, do you always want to know what it's saying? The homestay rule. The room was spotless. A small twin bed with floral sheets, a writing desk by the window, and a little bookshelf that someone had thoughtfully stocked with English novels. It smelled like lavender and fresh wood polish. When I first arrived, I thought I'd lucked out. Karen, my host mom, met me at the door with a soft smile and a plate of warm cinnamon rolls. She was in her 60s, short and sprightly, the type of woman who never stopped moving, but made everything look effortless. "We go to bed early here," she'd said that first evening. "Quiet hours are from 11 at night to 7 in the morning. You mustn't leave your room during that time, dear. Not for any reason." I remember laughing, thinking it was a joke, but she didn't laugh back. "It's an old house, sounds carey. I'm a light sleeper." That part made sense, I guess, and really, it wasn't a big deal. I had my own bathroom attached to the room, plenty of space and privacy. The first few nights passed without issue. Karen made breakfast each morning, always something homemade. She'd ask about my classes, my professors, even offered to drive me to the university if it was raining. She was lovely. Odd, maybe, but lovely. Then came Thursday. I woke up around 2:30 a.m., stomach twisting. Something I'd eaten hadn't agreed with me. The tiny bathroom was occupied, plumbing issues. She'd warned me the day before. I waited as long as I could, but eventually I had to go. I hesitated at the door. Her rule came back to me. Not for any reason. Still, what could really happen? I'd tiptoe out, use the hall restroom, and be back in bed in less than a minute. No one would know. I opened the door silently. The hallway was dark, except for a faint orange glow from the nightlight near the stairs. And that's when I saw it. A face, inches from mine, staring through the crack in the door. I slammed it shut and backed away, heart hammering. No scream came out. I was too shocked. The face had no expression, just wide eyes and a pale, paper-like quality. Not Karen, not anyone I recognized. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. In the morning, Karen greeted me in the kitchen as if nothing had happened. Same cinnamon rolls. Same questions about my schedule. I tried to bring it up. Karen, I think someone was in the hallway last night. She paused while pouring tea. That's why we don't open doors at night, dear. That was it. I started locking my door. She never questioned it. A few days later, while cleaning under the bed for a dropped pen, I saw them. Footprints. Human. Pressed neatly into the dust. Folded. Bent in ways that didn't make anatomical sense. Like someone had been lying flat, knees and feet tucked under unnaturally, waiting. I moved out the following week. Found a flat with noisy roommates and a broken radiator. Best decision I ever made. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stepped fully into that hallway. If I hadn't shut the door fast enough, would you have opened it? The review that won't end. Iceland was supposed to be a reset. Just me, a rented car, and a week of off-the-grid peace. And for the most part, it was. The Airbnb I stayed at was near a popular hot spring, clean, quiet, and way cheaper than the hotels. The listing said, recently renovated, and it showed. New appliances, warm water, a welcome card on the kitchen counter that said, enjoy your stay. The host didn't live on site, which I liked. We exchanged a few messages when I first booked, and then again when I checked in. All automatic, short, and polite. Just how I wanted it. The trip itself? Perfect. Waterfalls, black sand beaches, overpriced sandwiches. I loved all of it. I even managed to keep a daily photo journal, something I'd never done before. Most of the pictures were landscape shots or selfies with coffee mugs, but it was nice. It felt like I was proving to myself that I could be happy alone. I flew home the following Monday, left a 4-star review, docked 1 star because the Wi-Fi had been spotty. That should have been the end of it, but the next week I got an email. Don't forget to review your stay at property address. Weird, but I figured it was a system glitch. I'd already reviewed it. I deleted the email. A few days later, another one. Your host is waiting to hear from you. I went back to the site. The listing was gone. Not just delisted, completely scrubbed. No history, no record of my reservation. Like it had never existed. So I contacted customer support. They said the property had been removed from the platform 5 years ago. That's not possible, I said. I stayed there last week. The rep paused, asked if I had a confirmation email. I did. Forwarded it. She went silent for a long time, then said someone from another department would follow up. I never heard back. Things got weirder after that. Every Friday morning, like clockwork, a new reminder. Rate your experience. We value your feedback. Your opinion helps future guests. Except there are no future guests. I started combing through the photos I'd taken, just to reassure myself that I wasn't losing it. And that's when I noticed something. In the background of one kitchen shot, just behind the microwave, you could see a man. Not clearly, more like the outline of someone standing sideways, half-shadowed. I hadn't seen anyone during my stay. Hadn't heard anyone either. I checked the next photo. He was closer. Still blurry, but definitely there. In the third, he was gone. But the fridge door was open. That night, I barely slept. By morning, a new email had arrived. "Thank you for your stay. Your 5-star review helps us grow." I hadn't written that. I checked the app. There it was, my profile, smiling awkwardly in the user photo, next to a glowing 5-star review. Dated 3 days from now. A perfect stay. Host was present but never intrusive. Will return. I haven't opened the app since, but the emails keep coming. So let me ask you something. If you found a photo on your phone, dated next week, where you're not alone in your own house, would you swipe left or stare? And what if you blinked and the timestamp changed to today? Her voice. It started with a voicemail. Just after the funeral, when I was sorting through the flood of messages, calls, flowers, everything people do when they don't know what to do, I noticed it. A missed call from her, time-stamped 2 days before the accident, and a voicemail, 32 seconds long. I stared at it for a while. I didn't feel ready, but I hit play anyway. Nothing, no static, no click, just silence. I tried again. Same thing. I thought maybe the speaker was busted, or maybe the app was bugged. I tried forwarding the file to my computer, even used a converter tool to open it in a waveform editor. Still nothing. Just an eerie, flat silence. Like the file had sound once, but it had been erased clean. That's how it began. The vanishing. At first, it was just the voicemail, but then I noticed I couldn't remember what she sounded like. I tried to imitate her laugh, failed, tried to say her favorite phrase in her voice. Blank. I even played old videos on my phone. The clips worked fine. She was there, smiling, moving, talking. Only I couldn't hear her. No matter how loud I turned it up, no sound came from her lips. Everything else had sound. Me, our friends, the background music at the bar. Just not her. I asked around. Friends who had clips of her. They could hear her just fine. They looked at me weird when I said I couldn't. Thought I was messing with them. One even played a video out loud, and yeah, her voice was there. Clear as day. But the moment I watched it on my phone, it vanished again. I started wondering if it was grief or guilt. We'd argued a week before the crash. A bad one. The kind you don't get to fix later. I replayed that last argument in my head so many times, I started to forget what we were even fighting about. But I remember the silence after she hung up. That deep, cutting silence. Maybe it had started there. Weeks passed. I began to dream about her. Not in the comforting, bittersweet way people hope for. These dreams were off. She stood too still. Her face was always turned slightly away. She would open her mouth to say something and nothing came out. Just that same suffocating silence. Once I reached for her hand in a dream, and she recoiled, like my touch was poison. I started avoiding sleep. One afternoon, I was walking downtown, trying to outrun my own thoughts. That's when a woman brushed past me, paused, and turned. "You don't remember me, do you?" she asked. She looked vaguely familiar, but I couldn't place her. Maybe from college, or mutual friends. I gave her a hesitant smile and shook my head. She smiled back, tight, knowing. "It's better this way. You finally got what you wanted." I didn't even get a chance to ask what she meant. She disappeared into the crowd before I could say anything. Her voice, though. That voice, it rang in my chest like a bell I hadn't heard in years. That was her. I know it. I know it. That's the part that haunts me. Because if it really was her voice, then who was the girl I buried? And if her voice didn't die, If it's still walking around in someone else's mouth? What exactly did I lose? Or worse, what did I silence? Do you remember every voice you've heard, or just the ones that refuse to leave you? Ashes never came. The ashes never came. You'd think that's the one part you could count on, right? A body goes in, ash comes out. Simple math. But when it's your dad, and your grief, and your damn front porch, you're checking every morning like it's Christmas and he's going to be delivered by mail. It stops feeling simple, real fast. It had been 11 days since the cremation. I wasn't counting, but my mother was. She reminded me every morning, like she was reading the shipping status out loud. Still nothing. We called the funeral home, more than once. Each time, they gave the same answer. The remains were released to the family. What family? Not us. Nobody signed for anything. We asked for tracking information. They didn't have any. They said someone picked it up in person. Do you have a name? I asked. It was a male. Said he was immediate family. That's all we have. That's when the silence started. Not a dramatic silence. Not mourning. Just that kind of dry, stretched out quiet that sits in your ears and makes every fridge hum sound like a threat. Then came the box. It was a plain white box. No postage, no label. Just my dad's name, scrawled on the top in handwriting I recognized and hated instantly. His handwriting. He wrote like he was always rushing out the door. Sharp angles, always slightly tilted like the letters were running downhill. It was waiting on the porch when I got home from work. Mom hadn't seen it arrive. I didn't open it right away. Just stared. I must have stood there 10, maybe 15 minutes. Finally brought it in and set it on the kitchen table. Mom didn't want to touch it. Said she felt dizzy just looking at it. I opened it that night. Inside was a single item. His glasses. Not the new ones he wore at the end, but the old pair he used to keep on his nightstand. Thick black frames, slightly bent on one side. The right arm still had a tiny strip of masking tape wrapped around it. I used to tease him about that. Said he looked like a cartoon professor. No ash, no note. But here's where it got weird. When I picked up the glasses, I felt cold, like fingertip numb cold. They were warm from sitting inside the box all day, but the moment I touched them, it was like holding ice. Then I looked through them. I don't know why I did. Reflex, maybe. But when I looked through the lenses, the kitchen looked wrong. Brighter, somehow, but only around the corners of the room. Like everything was lit by a bulb I couldn't see. The air shimmered, just slightly, like heat rising off asphalt. And in the glass of the microwave door, I saw it. A reflection. Something tall. Not me. Not Mom. Something standing just behind me, peering over my shoulder. I spun around. Nothing. Dead air. My own heartbeat filling up the space. I didn't tell Mom. Instead, I put the glasses back in the box and shoved it to the back of my closet. A few days later, we got a letter. No return address. Typed. Said the cremation was a mistake. That the body had been rerouted. That arrangements had been made. No explanation. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept thinking about those glasses, how the tape was still there, how he'd always set them on the nightstand, right next to his watch. I went to the closet. Box was open. I didn't open it. I swear. But the lid was off, sitting neatly to the side, like someone had come looking. Inside, the glasses were gone, but the masking tape was still there, curled in a small spiral, like it had peeled itself off and fallen. I checked every door, every window. Nothing. All locked. Next morning, Mom said she dreamt of him. Said he was sitting at the kitchen table, reading the paper. Only she could see through him, like he was made of steam. She asked me where his glasses were. I lied. I said they were in the box, but they weren't. I don't know what we buried. I don't know who picked up the remains. And if he needed his glasses back, what is he trying to read? Would you look through them again? Just say sorry. I wasn't planning on going to the reunion. It was one of those last-minute guilt things. An old friend texted, said it would be nice to catch up, and I thought, sure, why not? 15 years. Maybe enough time had passed to let all the old dust settle. It was at a rented hall, cheap drinks, and cheesy music. The kind of place you forget while you're still inside it. Faces I hadn't seen since braces and awkward gym class. Some looked older. Some didn't look like anything at all, like they'd been replaced by vague human approximations. And then there was Brett. He walked over like we were best friends. Big grin, handshake that turned into a backslap. Man, you look good. Crazy seeing you here. It took me a second to respond. My mouth moved before my head could stop it. Do you remember what you used to call me? He blinked. What? I gave him a look. Didn't even try to smile. 3rd grade, the nickname. What you wrote on my locker. His face shifted. Not guilt, not shame, just confusion. Nah, man, I don't. That was a long time ago. You sure it was me? I didn't answer. He shrugged. Changed the subject. We talked for maybe 3 more minutes before he wandered off. Probably told himself I was just holding a grudge. Being weird. Whatever. I went home early. That night, I couldn't sleep. Not out of anger. Just something itchy in my chest, like a page had been flipped too hard, and now the book wouldn't close properly. I checked my phone around 2 a.m. boredom. Habit. That's when I saw it. A post on Brett's profile. I'm sorry. Just that. 1 line, no context, no replies. I stared at it for a long time. Not liking it. Not sharing it. Just staring. Next morning, I woke up to 14 missed calls. Messages, too. Stuff like, did you hear? And please call me. Brett was dead. They found him in his garage. Hung himself with an old extension cord. His wife discovered the body. The post timestamp? 10 minutes after I got home. At the funeral, no one talked to me. They didn't have to. I could feel it in the way they didn't look at me. I stood near the back, watched the slideshow of his life, birthday parties, a wedding, his kid in a Halloween costume. Brett smiling like he never once made someone hate themselves before lunch. But he did. He made me eat lunch in a janitor's closet for 3 weeks. He told everyone I cried when I didn't. He broke my glasses and blamed the wind. And I forgave him. Or thought I did. I just wanted to know he remembered. That it wasn't all erased from his head like a chalkboard before recess. That's all I wanted. A moment of recognition. Not this. It's been a week. His post is still up. No one's deleted it. Still just that 1 line. But now, every night at 2:07 a.m., my phone buzzes. No message. Just a vibration. Same time. Same pattern. Every night. I blocked his number. Doesn't stop it. Last night I picked up the phone while it was buzzing and whispered, "What do you want me to say?" No reply. Just a faint sound. Like rope creaking under tension. I haven't touched the phone since. Do you still want your apology, even if you already got it? can't like her post. I check her profile more often than I should. Like, way more. I don't even know why anymore. Habit, I guess. Or maybe punishment. There's something about seeing her smile. Really smile, not the forced kind she used to wear when things were falling apart. That keeps me coming back. She's married now. 2 kids, golden retriever, the whole box set. The photos are soft and well lit, like a lifestyle blog, filtered just enough. Fall leaves, baby feet, date nights with wine glasses and caption hearts. Sometimes she posts long paragraphs about gratitude, sometimes just emojis, and every single time I try to hit the like button. And every single time, nothing happens. No blue thumbs up, no heart, no animation. Just nothing. I thought maybe I was blocked, but I could see the posts. Comment if I wanted. I even did once, just a simple, hope you're doing well. It stayed up for exactly 14 minutes before it vanished. No message, no alert, just gone. I asked a friend to check. He could like her post just fine. Could comment too. She replied to him with a smiley. So it's just me. Just me who can't interact, can't participate, just watch. It's weird, right? But I chalked it up to a glitch. Maybe she muted me. Maybe it's the algorithm. Maybe I deserved it. Then I found the message. I wasn't even looking. I was clearing out old notifications, the kind buried under group chats and expired event invites. That's when I saw it. A message request, 3 years old. From her. Don't look. That's all it said. 3 words. No punctuation. Sent at 3:11 a.m. I remember that night. I'd been drunk, scrolling through old photos. I think I messaged her. Something stupid. Just a memory dump. She never replied. Or so I thought. After I read that message, I went back to her profile. The latest post was from 3 years ago. A picture of her and the kids at the beach, wind in their hair, sun too bright. Caption, home. It had 324 likes, 17 comments, all still visible. But nothing after that. Not a single update. No birthdays, no holidays. No second child announcement, even though the photo clearly showed she was already showing. I asked around. People said she moved away, got off social media, wanted privacy. Nothing sinister. But her husband still posts. New house. New car. The kid's getting older. But she's not in any of the photos. Not even tagged. It's like she got cropped out of her own life. And I can't help but wonder if I did that. If looking too long, too hard, if holding on, somehow pulled her out of frame. Because here's the thing. I still check. I can't stop. But last night, her profile picture changed. Just black. No face, no color, no caption. And this morning when I opened the app, it crashed. 3 times. When it finally loaded, her profile was gone. Not blocked, not deleted. Just gone. Like she was never there. Tell me, have you ever loved someone so much you accidentally erased them? Last notification. The last message I ever sent him was stupid. You free tonight? Feel like grabbing a beer. Sent at 6:42 p.m. on a Friday. Totally normal. I'd sent him stuff like that 100 times before. Usually late in the week when the loneliness started to thicken, and I needed someone who didn't mind the pauses between sentences. He didn't answer. He jumped at 6:47. I didn't find that out until 2 days later. By then the message had 1 check mark. Delivered, not read. I stared at that little gray symbol for maybe 10 minutes, like it could change if I willed it hard enough. Like maybe his phone just hadn't refreshed. Maybe he was still deciding how to answer. But no. They found the body. They found the phone. They found my message. He died 5 minutes after I reached out. And that, God, that has a way of digging its nails in. Makes every word feel too late. Makes you second guess everything. Should I have called? Should I have said something different? Should I have known? Should I have known? His family let me help clean out his apartment. Said it might help with closure. That's a funny word. Closure. As if grief has a zipper. We went through drawers and shelves and shoeboxes full of receipts and movie stubs. Everything you keep because you think you'll want to remember and then forget you ever saved. And then I found the phone. It was in a box marked MISC. The screen was cracked, but not shattered. Dead battery. We charged it. I watched the screen come back to life, like it was breathing again. Lock screen still had that photo of us from college. Drunk and sunburned, middle fingers up at the camera. I checked the notifications. There were a few spam texts, a calendar alert, and then mine. My message. You free tonight? Feel like grabbing a beer. The timestamp still there. 6:42. The last notification he ever got. I put the phone down and walked out. Didn't tell anyone. I just needed air. Or distance. Or maybe I just didn't want to be in the same room as something that close to the edge. That night my phone buzzed at 6:42 p.m. I thought it was coincidence. Checked. Nothing there. No new texts, no calls, no app alerts. Just a phantom buzz, like the device. Remembered something I didn't. Then it happened again the next Friday, and the one after. Every Friday, 6:42 p.m. Buzz. I even switched phones. New model, different carrier, new number. Still, every Friday, like clockwork. Buzz. No message. Just the vibration. A short one. 1 second, maybe a little less. Just enough to make me check. Just enough to make me hope. It's been 9 months now. I've stopped telling people. The one time I mentioned it, someone said, "You know it's probably in your head, right?" Yeah, maybe. But explain this. Last Friday, I picked up the phone right as it buzzed, and the screen lit up with the message app already open. My name was typed in the recipient bar, but there was no keyboard, no text, just a blinking cursor. Like someone was about to type. I watched it until the screen went dark. That night, I had a dream. He was sitting across from me at a bar. The same bar we used to go to. The one with the sticky booths and lukewarm beer. He didn't say anything, just stared, and then he smiled. I woke up at 6:47 p.m. Same time, same 5-minute gap. Tell me, do you think it's him answering now, or am I still 5 minutes too late? He never died. I told myself I wasn't lying. Not exactly. I just didn't say anything. That's different, right? After the accident, I didn't post about it. Didn't change my profile picture. Didn't reach out to anyone to say, he's gone. I figured, maybe if I don't say it out loud, it won't become real. Like some cosmic loophole. Like silence could hold him in place. It was stupid. I know that now. But at the time, it felt like survival. I kept his number in my phone. Kept him in group chats. When someone texted something funny, I'd picture him laughing at it. I started replying as if he might read them. Nothing too dramatic. Just a LOL here, a you'd love this there. Then someone else replied to him. As in, replied to him. A mutual friend sent a meme and tagged him. "This one's for you, man." and he liked it. I stared at the screen for a long time. Maybe it was a mistake. Maybe someone hacked his account. I clicked the profile. It was active. He'd posted a photo the day before. A blurry shot of a coffee cup and a paperback. The kind of thing he used to do all the time. I showed another friend. Yeah? What about it? He always posts that kind of stuff. You don't think it's weird? No? Dude, you okay? That was the beginning. I started asking more people. Have you seen him lately? Heard from him? Responses varied. Yeah. Saw him last week. We played pool on Tuesday. He still owes me $20. Each one dropped like a rock in my stomach. Because I was there. I saw the crash. I stood at the edge of the guardrail and stared down at the twisted metal. I held his mother when she collapsed. But apparently, only I. Remember that. I called his number. He answered. Hey. Simple. Casual. Like nothing had happened. Like we hadn't buried an empty coffin because the body was too mangled to recover. Where are you? I asked. He laughed. At home. Where else would I be? I wanted to scream. To say, you're not real. You're not supposed to be here. But instead I said, cool. Just checking. We hung up. I sat in my car for a long time after that, watching my breath fog up the window. Then the dreams started. Not nightmares. Not really. Just shifts. We'd be hanging out like normal, playing video games, grabbing burgers, but sometimes I'd blink and he'd be gone. Just a hoodie on the chair where he'd been sitting. Or he'd look at me, and his eyes would be glassy, reflective, like he wasn't seeing me at all. And sometimes I'd wake up with texts on my phone. From him. Fun night. Good to catch up. With timestamps that matched the dream. Last week I drove past his apartment. Lights were on. He was standing at the window. He waved. I didn't wave back, because I've started to wonder something. What if he was supposed to be gone, but I held on too tightly? What if my silence, my refusal to grieve, my unwillingness to say the words, what if all of that pinned him here? Not alive, not dead, just stuck. If someone you love dies and you never tell anyone, do they ever leave? Not his voice. The first thing I noticed was the shirt. It was my brother's favorite, the faded gray one with a dumb cartoon wolf on it. He wore that shirt way too much. Sometimes 2 days in a row, if no one called him out. We used to joke it would outlive him. I didn't expect to see it again, but there it was, center frame, in a video that popped up in my recommended feed last Tuesday night. Just titled Morning Thoughts. No hashtags, no real description. I clicked it because the thumbnail looked wrong. Familiar wrong. Like spotting a face in a crowd that looks exactly like someone you buried. And it was him. The way he sat. The lazy slouch. The chipped mug he always used for tea. Even the little scar on his chin. From when we were kids. And he fell off the swing set. It was him, no question. Except the voice. That voice didn't belong to him. It wasn't robotic or AI sounding. That would have been easier to explain. It sounded human, calm, slightly deep, clear pronunciation. But it wasn't his voice. He always had a slight rasp, like someone who cleared his throat too often. When he talked, you could hear the smirk hiding behind his words. His voice had history, personality. This one was sterile, and yet The mouth movements matched perfectly. Not just generally, exactly. Frame by frame, second by second. Whoever edited this either had state-of-the-art tech or access to something I don't want to understand. He talked about nothing, really. Morning routines, how toast always burns when you're running late, how silence in the morning feels different depending on who's missing. Harmless stuff. But I couldn't stop watching. There was this moment near the end. He looked straight at the camera. His lips said, "I hope you're okay." But the voice said something else. "Are you ready to let go now?" I scrubbed back, replayed it 5 times. Same thing. The audio and the lips didn't match for just that one sentence. I checked the description. It had changed. I swear it wasn't there before. Now it read, "This is your memory, not his." No comments, no likes, no views, according to the counter. I took a screenshot. 2 minutes later, the video was gone, like it never existed. I asked my parents if they'd uploaded any old footage of him. They hadn't. I checked his old drives. Nothing. Just the usual stuff. Music, photos, one half-written screenplay he never finished. But that voice has been stuck in my head since. Not because it was creepy, not even because it was fake. Because now I can't remember what his real voice sounded like. It's like hearing that other version push the real one out. Last night, I dreamt he came into my room. Same wolf shirt. Same mug. He opened his mouth to speak, and that same calm, unfamiliar voice came out. "I'm what you made of him." I woke up shaking, checked YouTube again. Nothing. But in my watch history, the title had changed. It now read, "Not yours to keep." Do you ever wonder if your memories are still yours, or if someone else is already rewriting them? Not your story. It started in the break room. Someone had brought donuts, glazed, chocolate, those sad powdered ones no one really likes. And we were all standing around pretending to be busy while making coffee. Just a typical Tuesday. Then Jason, from logistics, turns to me and says, "Your sister used to leave you alone in the car, right? While she hung out with her boyfriend? That's gotta mess with you." And I just stared at him. I hadn't told anyone that. Not here. Not even during drinks. That was the kind of memory you keep boxed up with the others. Like how the passenger seat used to reek of her perfume, or how I used to count the blinking hazard lights to stay calm. I hadn't spoken that story aloud in over a decade. I tried to laugh it off. "What are you talking about?" He blinked. "Didn't you tell me that last week?" "Sorry, man. I must be confusing you with someone else." Except he wasn't. Because later, when I checked, I remember Jason had dated my sister. Briefly, back in college. It didn't end well. She ghosted him, moved out of town, then vanished completely. No one's heard from her in years. I didn't think much of it at first. Just a weird moment. People mix things up all the time. Then Rachel from HR asked me if I still had that scar on my arm from the dog bite. I was wearing long sleeves. I'd never told her that story either. A week later, Mark asked how I was coping with the guilt about the lake. I said, "What lake?" He looked at me like I was the one being strange. I started noticing a pattern. People saying things to me I'd only ever said in my head. Things I'd whispered alone in my room. Things I'd written and deleted from emails. Memories I had never shared. Never could have. It wasn't like they knew everything. Just fragments, always the worst bits. The ones you bury and hope won't sprout. I went back through my texts, my emails, my old journals. Nothing was leaked, nothing was hacked. But pieces of me were showing up in other people's mouths. and always tied somehow to my sister. It's like her absence left a vacuum, and that vacuum started leaking. One night, I dreamed of her. She was standing at the edge of a lake I didn't recognize. She didn't speak, just looked at me like she'd been waiting for me to catch up. When I woke up, my phone had a voice memo saved on it. I don't use the voice memo app. Ever. It was just one sentence. Her voice, unmistakably, "You're telling my story like it's yours." I deleted it. But every day since, someone else has said something only she could know. This morning, the intern, fresh out of school, never met my family, asked if I still sit behind the shed to cry when it rains. That was her spot, not mine. So now I'm wondering, when someone disappears and all that's left are the echoes, how long before you start mistaking them for your own? Or worse, what if they start mistaking you for them? Wrong message. It came at 2:14 a.m. Just one word. Help. I was half asleep, scrolling through old photos and feeling sorry for myself when the notification popped up. Simple. Blank. No punctuation. And the sender? Someone who shouldn't have been able to send anything. Devin, my old coworker. The one who used to sit 2 desks over and hum off-key while working. The one who gave me half of his lunch when I forgot mine. The one who jumped from the rooftop of his apartment building 4 years ago. I hadn't blocked his number, just muted the thread and hid the contact. It felt gentler than deleting him. So when I saw his name, I froze. Help! I tapped the message. It opened like normal. Just that single word. No follow-up. I waited a minute, then typed, "Who is this?" Before I could hit send, the message disappeared. Gone. Like it never existed. The chat history showed no new entries. Just our old conversation. Unchanged since 2019. The most recent line still read, "Catch you Monday. Don't let Mark steal your fries again." I stared at the screen for a while. Closed the app. Reopened. Nothing. Okay, I thought. Glitch. Or maybe someone's spoofing his number. It happens. Except, the next morning I noticed the message badge on the app. One unread. I checked every thread. Nothing unread. I tried force quitting. Clearing cache. Restarting. Still, that little red dot stayed. One unread. That night it became 2. Then 3. And every time I checked, there was nothing there. No new messages. Just the growing count, like the phone was keeping score of ghosts. By the end of the week, I had 7. 1 per night, always around 2 a.m. I asked around. Googled bugs. Found a few forum posts about similar glitches, but they always resolved. Mine didn't. I even reinstalled the app, wiped the phone. Got a new one? The messages followed. New device, same account. Count started right back where it left off. 8. Then 9. 10. I went to Devin's memorial page. It was still up. Still had old messages from people posting on his birthday, or leaving hearts on the anniversary of his death. Normal stuff. Quiet grief. I left a message, just to say I remembered, that I still think about him. That night, the count didn't go up. But the next night, it jumped by 2. 12. Then 14. And then something new happened. I opened my phone one morning and saw the notification. 15 unread. But this time, the app opened to a blank screen. No chats. Just white. And at the top, one word. Listening. I dropped the phone. I didn't touch it for the rest of the day. When I checked again that night, everything was normal. Chats restored. Notifications gone. Count back to 0. But it didn't last. The next Friday, the number returned. 1 unread, then 2, and now it's at 42. Still no way to read them. Still no sender. Just the weight of something unseen pressing from inside the phone. Sometimes I think I hear it vibrating from across the room, even when it's off. Last night, I left it face down on the nightstand and tried to ignore it. But around 2:14 a.m., I woke up to find the screen glowing. One word displayed in big letters: sorry. I didn't touch it, didn't even breathe. This morning the screen is blank. No messages, no history. But the unread count is still there. Tell me, if you got a message from someone long gone, would you read it? Or would you be too afraid they might still be waiting for your reply? Ignored once. It was a Tuesday, rush hour, cold. One of those gray mornings where your breath hangs heavier than your coat. I was already late, sprinting up the steps to the platform, dodging half-awake commuters and lukewarm coffee spills. That's when I saw her. She was sitting at the very edge of the platform. Not quite over the yellow line, but close enough to make you clench your jaw. Long coat, thin scarf. Hair pulled back like she hadn't checked a mirror in days. No bag, no phone. Just her hands in her lap, palms up, like she was waiting for something to be handed to her. She wasn't crying, wasn't fidgeting, just still. I slowed down for half a second, maybe less. Something about her made the world dim a little, like someone had turned down the contrast. I almost said something. Almost. But my train was pulling in. And I was late. And you don't talk to strangers on platforms. Not unless you're looking for trouble or a story you don't want to carry home. So I kept walking. That night, while eating leftover noodles in front of the TV, the news cut to a live shot of my station. Police tape. Flashing lights. Unidentified woman jumped in front of the 6:23 commuter train this morning. No ID, no witnesses. But I knew. The coat, the scarf, the hands. It was her. I didn't sleep much that night, or the night after. Guilt is weird like that. It doesn't scream. It hums, like background static in your spine. The next morning I took the long way to work. Skipped the train entirely. Told myself it was about fresh air. 2 days later, I went back. Same time, same platform, same crowd. But this time, something was different. Near the edge where she'd sat, there was a small rectangle of white on the ground. I thought it was trash at first, a receipt maybe, or a folded up flyer. But it wasn't. It was my business card, the one I keep in my wallet. Slightly bent at the corner. Coffee stain near the email address, but I hadn't dropped it. I picked it up, turned it over. On the back, written in the shaky blue pen, "Thank you for noticing me." I nearly dropped it. I looked around. No one else was paying attention. A guy in a hoodie scrolled through his phone. A woman in heels argued quietly into her earpiece. Life went on. I kept the card. Didn't tell anyone. But ever since, I feel it. A presence. Not heavy, not dark. Just nearby. Like I'm being watched by someone too polite to interrupt. Sometimes I wonder what would have happened if I'd stopped. Said hi. Asked if she was okay. Sometimes I wonder if I did. Tell me. Have you ever looked away at the exact wrong moment and felt the weight of it follow you home? The letter she never mailed. I wasn't expecting to find anything in the attic. It was one of those old farmhouses off a forgotten road in Georgia. the kind that leaned too far in one direction and smelled like mildew and regret. My aunt had passed the place to me in her will, and I figured I'd sell it after a quick inspection. I brought gloves, a flashlight, and very low expectations. The attic stairs groaned like they were protesting every step. Dust floated in the air, thick as fog. I swept my light across the beams, the trunks, the forgotten furniture piled like brittle bones. And then I saw it. A bundle of old envelopes tied with twine. Some torn. One stained dark red in the center. Blood. I'd seen enough old wounds during my time working emergency services to know dried blood when I saw it. It soaked through the paper but didn't destroy it. I untied the twine with shaky fingers. The letter inside was dated October 1864, signed by someone named Thomas Avery, and it began. My dearest Clara, I do not ask for forgiveness, only the chance to see your face one more time. I read the whole thing twice, maybe 3 times. It wasn't long, just a page and a half, but each word sat heavy on the page, like it had waited 160 years to be read. The handwriting grew shakier near the end. He mentioned running. Desperation. He begged her not to believe what the others would say about him. He wasn't a traitor. He had to leave. He had to see her. And that's where it ended. No address, no postmark, never mailed. I didn't sleep that night. Next morning I drove into town, asked around about the Avery family. The librarian, a gray-haired woman with bright blue eyes, didn't even need to look it up. Oh, the Avery boy, she said. Deserter. Shot near the woods just past Miller's Creek. They say he was trying to get back here. Back to that girl who drank lye the day she got the telegram. Clara? Clara Jenkins. Local tragedy. Never married. Her family left the farm not long after. She said it like she'd told the story 100 times before. And maybe she had. I drove out to the creek. Just a bend in the woods now. Overgrown, quiet, but when I stepped out of the car, I swear I heard something. Not a voice, more like a rhythm. Footsteps. I waited. Listened. Then I read the letter aloud. I don't know why. Maybe to break the silence. Maybe because it felt wrong not to. When I reached the final line, the air changed. The woods went still, like the whole place had been holding its breath. Then, something behind me creaked. I turned. No one. Just the empty path and the whisper of leaves. But back at the house, I left the letter on the kitchen table. That night, just before sleep, I heard it again. Footsteps crossing the attic. I'd boarded it shut earlier. No one could be up there. Still, the footsteps kept pacing. And then, a voice. Ragged. Low. Like someone practicing words long forgotten. My dearest Clara. I moved out 2 weeks later, but the real question is this. If someone's been reading that letter every night since 1864, who's been listening? Echoes in Hangar 9, the old airfield outside San Angelo, hadn't seen a working plane in decades. Most of the buildings had crumbled, roofs bowed in, windows shattered, the desert wind carving its name into rust and wood. But Hangar 9 still stood. Not proudly, not even defiantly. Just as stubbornly. Like it hadn't noticed time had passed. I got assigned to the restoration project in early spring. The plan was to turn the whole place into a historical site. Texas's own World War II museum. A few of us were in charge of assessing structural safety, cataloging artifacts, and this was unofficial, dealing with the stories. Because every local had one. You couldn't buy a beer in town without some old-timer leaning in to whisper about Hangar 9. They all started the same way. You know it burned, right? Yeah. April 1945. Official cause, electrical fire. 6 mechanics trapped inside, all killed. But every story twisted from there. One guy claimed he saw shadows moving through the flames. Another swore he'd heard screaming long after the roof collapsed. A third said his uncle, one of the firemen, never spoke again after that night. I wasn't there to chase ghosts. I wanted my paycheck, a clean report, and maybe a photo or two for my blog. The first few days were uneventful. Dust, bird shit, the occasional rattlesnake. But on the 4th night, we left a recorder running, just for kicks. We found it the next morning, still in place. Battery nearly dead. I skipped ahead through the static, and then, clear as anything, you don't have to shoot anymore. Just a man's voice, calm, broken. I played it twice before calling the others. No one recognized it. We brushed it off as a prank or stray radio. But then it happened again, and again. Every night we recorded, we caught the same line, same voice, same moment, about 2:37 a.m. You don't have to shoot anymore. That's when Marcus, our lead researcher, started digging. He went into military archives, local news, whatever was still intact from the base's heyday. And he found something. A court-martial. Sealed, but partially referenced in a newsletter from 46. A pilot unnamed had fired on friendly ground crew during a drill. Claimed he saw movement in the dark. Thought it was sabotage. 5 dead. The 6th mechanic lived just long enough to say he knew. But here's the twist. There's no death certificate for the pilot. No discharge. No record of imprisonment. Marcus printed it all out. Showed me the notes. He looked spooked, and he wasn't the type. Maybe he's the voice, he said. Maybe he's still trying to say sorry. That night, Marcus went back in alone. He said he wanted to place a second mic deeper in the hangar. Said he'd be 15 minutes. We waited 40. Found him at the bottom of a broken ladder, neck snapped. Still holding the recorder. The audio survived. Only this time, the voice said something different. I said I was sorry. I said it. We didn't play it again. Weeks later, I came back alone. Don't ask me why. I walked to the back wall, where Marcus had fallen. Ran my fingers along the corroded metal. Something felt off about the paneling. I used a flashlight. Crouched down. There, etched from the inside of the sheet, so it could only be read from the back side. Barely visible, unless the light hit right. Help me. All caps, jagged, deep. Now, they want to open the museum next spring. Public tours, gift shop, reenactments. But I wonder if they'll let people go inside Hangar 9 at night. Would you? The Vietnam locker. The VA hospital in Santa Clara had been abandoned for 6 years before they started tearing it down. Built in the 1950s, expanded during the 60s, it had served generations of veterans until budget cuts and mold and asbestos made it more trouble than it was worth. Now, the state wanted to level the place and build condos. My brother Matt worked security on the demolition team. Night shift. Easy money, he said. Just walking the halls with a flashlight, making sure no one broke in to tag the walls or steal copper. He started texting me weird shit about 3 weeks into the job. First, it was sounds, like someone walking just out of sight. Not footsteps on tile, more like leaves crunching, or wet branches snapping. I joked that he was just hearing raccoons. Then he said he found a locker. Number 77. Most of the hospital had been cleared, furniture sold, records destroyed, all the personal items packed or donated. But this locker, deep in the old rehab wing, was locked and rusted shut. It was the only one left. He asked around. No one knew who it had belonged to. No record, no key. So one night, bored and half daring himself, he forced it open with a crowbar. Inside, he found a pair of old military boots. Red soil still caked on the soles. Matt didn't know much about war gear, but he recognized the tags sewn into the lining. A Vietnamese phrase meaning light step, quick death. He took a picture, sent it to me. Then another text. Smells like wet earth in here, like after rain. I didn't reply. I was half asleep. By morning, the text had stopped. I figured he just crashed after his shift, but he didn't come home. And he didn't answer calls, or texts, or emails. They searched the site. Nothing. Dogs lost the trail at the back entrance. A week later, the city workers at the water treatment plant called it in. Said they'd found a body caught in the drainage grid, tied up in what looked like vines, except they weren't local. The roots had come from tropical plants, ferns and creepers, and something like bamboo. They wrapped around Matt's arms, legs, neck. He was barefoot. His boots were never recovered. I went to the site. Just once. The locker was still there. Open now. Empty. But the smell lingered, like fresh rain on foreign soil. I left without touching anything. A month later, a demolition worker broke his leg when the floor gave out beneath him. He swore he saw trees growing through the tile, swore he heard whispers in a language he didn't know. They say the rest of the lockers are safe, but 77 is still marked in red paint. I asked the site manager why they haven't removed it. He said no matter what they do, the paint keeps bleeding through. Would you open it again? No rank, no name. It took nearly 3 days to put out the fire. Not because the trailer was big. It wasn't. It was barely 100 square feet, tucked into the back of an abandoned RV park outside Gila Bend. But something about the blaze didn't behave right. Fire crews said the heat kept pulsing back after they doused it, like the flames didn't want to die. When it was over, there wasn't much left. No furniture, no photos, no journals or IDs. Just one dog tag, melted at the edges. Blank. No name, no rank, no serial number. Sheriff Dalton had seen a lot in his 40 years, but this was different. He said the tag felt warm, even a day later, like it had memory. The man who'd lived there? Everyone just called him Joe. A quiet guy. Gray hair, strong back. He came into town once a week for groceries and gas. Never talked about his past. Paid in cash. Slept in that trailer alone for 22 years. When the fire happened, the coroner expected a body. There was none. Just the tag. So they started digging. Found out Joe was on a VA list for mental health services, but under a provisional name. When they checked deeper, they hit a dead end. Social Security? Expired. Military record? Sealed. Except one thing leaked. Back in 1991, during the Gulf War, there was a squad that went missing for 72 hours. They resurfaced with full gear, no injuries, but refused to speak about what happened. That squad's after-action report mentioned a soldier who wasn't supposed to be there. No uniform, no file, no chain of command. Just a man who told them what to do, and they obeyed. We just followed him, one surviving member said. I don't remember choosing to. It felt like we already had. His name wasn't recorded. None of them could remember hearing it. When investigators went to pull satellite images from the night Joe's trailer burned, they found corrupted data. Just static. Like the area had gone dark for a few hours. The land is empty now. Scorched into a perfect circle. Some of the locals drive out there at night. They say if you park facing west and kill the engine, you'll see a figure walking the rim of the burn. Never gets closer. Never goes away. Just keeps walking. And if you wait long enough, you'll hear a voice say something low. You know what to do. The smart ones drive off. The others never check back in. Fort Ellis doesn't exist. There's no such place as Fort Ellis. That's what the Department of Defense said. That's what every database insisted. That's what I was told when I filed a public records request. But it's there, or it was. I found it in an old Army logistics map from 1952, buried deep in a university archive. A square marked Fort Ellis, Section 4-17, tucked in the northern edge of a pine-covered region in upstate Pennsylvania. There were no roads listed, no nearby towns. Just that label, hanging in the trees. My senior thesis was on lost military infrastructure, sites that once existed but were decommissioned, repurposed, or, in some cases, deliberately erased. Fort Ellis became my obsession. I borrowed a beat-up Jeep and drove to where the map said it should be. Spent 2 days navigating dirt trails, avoiding hunting zones, getting bitten by mosquitoes the size of quarters, and I found nothing. Just trees, deer tracks, an occasional canteen rusted into the mud. But on the third night, around midnight, I decided to follow the northern trail a little farther. It wasn't on any GPS, just a faded line in the underbrush. That's when I saw it. A tank. Not a modern one. An M47 Patton, if I remember my research right. Parked dead center of the trail, dark with dust, treads half buried in pine needles. No markings, no crew. I didn't touch it. Just stood there. Stared. Then my phone buzzed, a notification. It said, "Supply delay. Hold position per officer command." I froze. No app showed the message. Just the push notification, hanging for a few seconds before vanishing. I turned and walked back. Fast. Didn't look behind me. The next morning my phone had a new folder in the gallery. No name. Just a timestamp. 1 hour of video it showed me. Standing in front of the tank. Only I wasn't holding the phone. It was like someone else was recording. The camera stayed behind a tree, zoomed in, steady. My expression didn't change. For an entire hour, I didn't move. Just stood, like I was waiting for orders. I haven't shown it to anyone. I don't think I should. But sometimes, right before I fall asleep, I hear that same notification chime. No phone in my hand. No screen lit up. Just those words again. Hold position. And I do. Operation Resurface? They didn't find the folder until the floorboards were pried loose. It had been tucked between 2 joists, wrapped in plastic, sealed with what looked like wax. The handwriting on the label was smeared, but legible enough to read 2 words. Operation Resurface. His mother thought it was just junk. His younger brother, curious and twitchy, opened it. Inside, a dozen pages, water-stained and cramped with half-legible type. Military formatting, serial numbers, coordinates, and descriptions. Descriptions that didn't match any official report. Not even close. The mission claimed to have taken place in a suburb outside Fallujah, 2006. Objectives: recon, suppressive engagement, evacuation of non-combatants. But the notes were different. Sloppy. Agitated. Too many. Can't confirm ID. One entered the zone late. Still moved. Misfire. Sev. Audio. Still crying. Command silent. No follow-up. No evac. And near the bottom, underlined 3 times. We buried it. Not done. There was no signature. They took it to the local VFW. The man behind the desk turned pale after a few lines and asked them to leave. Some things weren't supposed to be archived, he muttered. That night, the house began to creak. Not normal settling. These were deliberate, like footsteps pacing. The family dog, usually glued to their side, refused to enter the room. Instead, he stood at the door and growled, or sometimes whimpered. One evening, his mother went in to change the sheets and noticed the outline. A faint stain, man-sized, right where the bed used to sit. She tried to clean it. Bleach didn't touch it. Neither did vinegar. It always came back. And always with that shape. The brother started hearing things. A voice. Always the same line, barely more than a whisper. It's not over. He checked the folder again. The paper was aging faster than it should have. Yellowing. Curling. As if trying to disappear. But the words stayed. Not done. He started sleeping with the lights on. The last entry in his journal, before he stopped writing entirely, was just 3 words. I hear them. No one's lived in that house for a year now. But sometimes, when the wind dies down, the neighbors say they hear shuffling from inside, and a low voice repeating, "Still moving." She left in uniform. We found the photo after Nana passed. Tucked in the back of an old jewelry box, behind yellowed receipts and a rusted brooch. She was standing beside a streetcar track, wearing full military uniform, jacket crisp, boots laced, hat tilted just right. Except no one in the family ever remembered her serving. She'd talked about rationing, about the air raid drills, about writing to boys overseas. But she'd never mentioned being there, being one of them. Dad said, maybe it was a costume, a parade, a borrowed outfit, something harmless. Except the patch on her sleeve wasn't decorative. It was regulation. And the name stitched above the pocket? Her own. We dug deeper. Old records, local archives. It was slow going. Korean War enlistments were spotty, especially for women. But one thing stood out. A clipping from 1952. Woman in uniform last seen walking westbound on the Mill Street track. No photo, just a short paragraph. Unidentified, no confirmed name. But the date of disappearance matched the same year as Nana's photo. And the name listed under survived by was her mother's maiden name. So we went there. Mill Street. Now just cracked pavement and an old rail sunk into the ground like a scar. No trains in decades. We stood where the photo must have been taken. It was quiet. Too quiet for a Friday. Then we noticed the tracks, boot prints, damp, even though it hadn't rained. They stretched in a straight line, one direction only, westbound. We followed them for about 2 blocks before they just stopped. No smudge, no turn, no fading. Just the last step pressed into gravel. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept hearing footsteps, slow, deliberate, like someone pacing along hardwood floors. Only we have carpet. The next morning, the soles of my shoes were wet. I hadn't left the house. The photo's still on my desk. And every year, on the same date, someone leaves a single, damp footprint by the back door. No note, no noise, just a trace. Maybe she never told us because she was still walking, and still hasn't made it back. Arlington Plot 23. It was supposed to be a simple visit. Just me and a bouquet of lilies, walking past the rows at Arlington like I'd done a dozen times before. Plot 17. Headstone 144. My grandfather's resting place. At least that's what we were always told. But that morning, I made a wrong turn. Or maybe not a wrong turn, just one I'd never taken before. A section labeled Plot 23. I'd never heard of it. None of the maps showed it. No signs, no fences. Just there. The grass looked the same. The stones were the same white marble. Except something felt off. The dates. Each headstone in Plot 23 had 2 death dates, side by side, one from the 1940s, the other from the 1980s, or 1990s, or even 2003. I thought it was a mistake, some kind of refurbishment error, until I saw his name, Henry Dalton, my grandfather. One date said 1944. Presumed KIA in France. The other said 1999. I stood there for a long time, reading it, rereading it. When I got home, I showed the photo to my dad. He went pale, said it was fake, a prank. That's not his grave, he insisted. He was cremated. You were there. But I know what I saw. I touched it. The stone was warm. A week later, my grandfather, who'd lived with us for years, started acting strange. He'd stare at the TV when nothing was on, mutter things. It's not over. Orders still stand. And once, late at night, I heard him talking on the phone. Only there was no phone in his room. One morning he was gone. His clothes were missing, his medals, even his old army boots. We filed a report. Searched everywhere. But nothing. Out of desperation, I went back to Plot 23. The headstone was still there, but now it had a third date. 2023. I reached out and touched it again. Still warm. Some say soldiers never really leave the battlefield. But what if some of them never came back? Not completely. Would you look at your grandfather the same way, if you thought he might still be following orders? The ammo box. It started with an inventory audit. Just a routine check at the State Historical Museum's off-site storage. An unremarkable concrete building tucked behind a shuttered strip mall. I was volunteering that summer, mostly scanning accession forms and checking for pest damage on uniforms. Boring stuff. But the ammo box wasn't boring. It was a dark green M2A1, scuffed and dented, the kind issued for .50 cal rounds. A label on the side had long since peeled away, leaving a pale square of exposed paint. It had been part of a recent donation. Items from the estate of a retired Army sergeant who had served 2 tours in Afghanistan. Most of his stuff was unremarkable. Faded fatigues, a Kevlar vest, a few old photos. But the ammo box wouldn't open. It wasn't rusted shut. That was our first thought. No, someone had fitted it with a dial lock. An aftermarket combination lock built right into the latch. And no one had the code. We logged it, tagged it, and moved it to a shelf. I didn't think much of it until a week later when Cheryl, one of the full-time staff, called me into our office. You were in room B yesterday, right? With the ammo box? Yeah, just scanning boxes. Why? She frowned. Security caught something strange on the overnight camera. Sound. There was a click from the box, like metal shifting. And then some kind of whisper. She played the footage. Grainy. Static-ridden. But there it was. A faint voice. Unclear. Muffled, but deliberate. Like someone speaking through layers of cloth. I couldn't make out the words, but it made the hair on my arm stand up. They brought in a portable X-ray unit the next day. I got to watch. The image slowly came into focus. Cluttered, dense, unclear shapes inside. Then the tech leaned in, squinted, and muttered, "That looks like teeth." Everyone went quiet. There were unmistakably human teeth inside. At least a dozen. No one wanted to say the obvious out loud. but we all knew what it implied. We contacted the authorities. They told us to wait. Standard procedure, they said. Chain of custody and all that. Then Frank, the night security guy, started acting weird. He was ex-military too. Quiet, reliable. Not the type to stir up drama. But after a few days of guarding the storage unit, he came to work looking pale and jumpy. "I hear it talking to me," he said flatly. We laughed nervously. Thought it was a joke. "I'm serious. It talks. Around 3 a.m., always the same voice. Male. Telling me numbers, different ones each night. Like it's trying different combinations." We told him to take a break. Management gave him 2 days off. He didn't come back. 2 nights later, the police found his body in his apartment. Gunshot wound. Self-inflicted. No note. Except there was something. In his nightstand, wedged between old receipts and a pair of dog tags, was a spiral notebook. The last page had one sentence, scribbled in shaky handwriting. I didn't lock it. The voice was already in there. They came for the ammo box that morning. Full hazmat team. Packed it into a sealed crate and drove it off in an unmarked van. No explanation. Not even a case number left behind. I sometimes wonder if they opened it, if they figured out the code, if they listened. And every so often, when I close my eyes at night, I hear a faint click, like a dial turning. Would you keep spinning? Folded into the flag, the funeral was on a Thursday. Cloudless, windless, the kind of day that makes everything look too sharp, too defined. I was standing with the others at the back of the military funeral center just outside D.C., where the flags are always folded perfectly, and the silence feels rehearsed. The deceased was a decorated Marine, not someone I knew personally. I was there as part of a detail, assisting with logistics, uniforms, protocol, the whole production. I'd done this dozens of times, but this time, something felt off. It started during the folding of the flag. You've probably seen it. 2 service members, one on each side, folding the flag into that perfect triangle. Hands in sync, every crease with practiced precision. Except today, I saw 3 hands. I know what you're thinking. I questioned it too. I thought maybe someone had stepped in behind them. A trick of the light, but when I checked the footage from the center's overhead camera, it was clear. Only 2 soldiers were present, but the flag was moving as if a third pair of hands was helping. A shadow that didn't belong to anyone flickered between the 2 men. Quick, deliberate. I paused the video, went frame by frame. In one shot, you could see all 4 hands. Real hands. One of them had a scar I remembered from a training accident, but it belonged to Corporal Reeves, who died 6 months earlier in a roadside bombing overseas. The more I looked into it, the weirder it got. The flag they'd folded? It wasn't assigned to the Marine's family. In fact, when we checked the inventory, that flag didn't exist in our records. No serial, no tag, no prior use. And then there was the stain. Tiny, almost imperceptible, near the inner fold, where only someone unfolding the flag would notice. It looked like dried blood. We sent it to the lab for testing, thinking maybe it was a mistake, a cut during handling. The results came back a week later. Human blood. Male. And the DNA matched a soldier listed as KIA in 1983. But when we went to pull the records, his file had been flagged as lost in administrative restructuring. No digital backup, no paper file. Nothing. Gone, like he'd never served. I tried to bring it up with my CO. He shut it down immediately. Told me not to pursue it. Said it was probably a clerical error and that I should focus on my current assignment. But I couldn't stop thinking about it. that shadow, that hand, the flag that shouldn't exist. Since then, I've been to 5 more funerals at that same center. Every single time, there's been something odd. A flicker, an extra footprint, one flag folded tighter than humanly possible. It's like someone, or something, is making sure every fold is honored, even if they were forgotten in life. So now I watch the footage after each service. I look for the shadows. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the viewing room, I swear I feel someone standing behind me. Not angry, not sad, just waiting. And if I ever get a funeral with full honors, I wonder if the extra hands will come for me too. Would you want them to? If you made it to the end, you're officially a legend. Seriously, thank you so much. If you didn't fall asleep, hit that like button and subscribe. See you in the next video.